Can you hear me? I should talk now. You can hear me. Wait a second. Wait, wait a second. All right. Uh, Second, second. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to the first virtual Nigerian Internet Governance Forum. We're going to start right away, but first, let me kindly invite us to please rise for the national anthem. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call thee. To serve our father's land, with love and strength and faith, and live all our heroes shall never be in vain. To serve strength and faith, and live Thank you very much. You may be seated. Today is a beautiful day, and we're happy to be here and alive. And for those of you who are watching us virtually, we want to say welcome. And those who are here, we say welcome. First, let me kindly introduce the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, Mr. Stephanos Musasa. You're welcome. Also present here today is the erudite professor, the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, who is a professor of engineering and a fellow of many, many organizations. Sir, you are welcome. Also present here today is a representative of the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, Dr. Vincent Olatunji. Sir, you're welcome. Directors of parastatals and agencies present here, and those who are virtually present, we say welcome. Welcome to this first Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. Indeed, the internet is the future of mankind. A few days ago, I was having a conversation with my daughter, and I said to her, in the late 70s and early 80s, television was just for a few hours. At 12 midnight, the stations will close after the late night news. And she said, how did you people manage then? I said, we did. We didn't know anything else. And so we managed. And she said she was lucky to be born in this generation. And I'm lucky to be part of this generation as well, because I see the value of the internet. And I also believe strongly that the conversation and the dialogue to make sure the internet is properly governed and safe cannot be overemphasized. And that's why we're here today to talk about so many issues regarding internet governance. So welcome once again. I will start with, I cannot see those who are virtually present, so I can acknowledge them. But if you can hear me, you are welcome to these occasions. Perhaps as we proceed, we'll get to know those who are present virtually and we can recognize them. But as people come, we will recognize you. So we're going to start right away. I think we're on time. First, I want to invite Professor Umar Garba Dambata, Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, who will give us the opening remarks. Sir, you're welcome. Please join me to welcome him.
The Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, heavily represented at this time by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. Directors of the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, directors of the Nigerian Communications Commission and other parastatals under the ministry, namely the National Information Development Agency, NIDA, from the NAGCOMSAT, from the Galaxy Backbone Limited, as well as directors from the NIPOST, Nigerian Postal Services. Members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if there are other members of staff from the parastatals below the rank of directors, meaning deputy directors, assistant directors, principal managers, as well as senior managers, this recognition of the protocol extends to all of you, and therefore you're welcome to this important event. As you can see, the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. Today's event, the 9th edition of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum 2020, organized by the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum multi-stakeholder advisory group, led or driven by the Nigerian Communications Commission, is a celebration of the Nigerian Internet Governance Forum's dedication to promote the internet as a tool for personal and national development. It also provides an opportunity for stakeholders to actively participate and make contributions on the development and governance of the Internet in Nigeria. The theme of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum 2020 is achieving inclusive digital economic development in the COVID-19 era, with sovereigns in the areas of data sovereignty and monetization, cybersecurity and trust, digital empowerment, and emerging issues and technologies. The main plenary session and a high-level panel will look at the overarching theme of the 2020 to 2030 digital economy policy and strategy plan. As you are aware, ladies and gentlemen, the internet remains one of the most important and critical resources in the 21st century. Subsequently, it has become an essential part of our daily activities, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has turned our world upside down, causing tragic losses of life and disrupting our social and economic order, which prompted this year's edition to be conducted virtually. And I need to acknowledge members of this important forum who are participating virtually at this forum. We've not seen any of them. Perhaps in due course, a small snapshot will be given about those who are participating virtually. Due to the decentralized nature of the internet, no single centralized authority governs internet management. Instead, the internet is governed using a decentralized collaborative model of multi-stakeholder approach. Reminds me about the current trend all over the world in the digital age or in the information society age. We do not talk about centralization. We talk about decentralized integration. Due to the decentralized forum, the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum was therefore established in 2012 as a multi-stakeholder forum made up of representatives of the government, private sector, civil society, academia, as well as the technical community, and the non-technical community, of course. The idea behind the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum was to develop and consolidate Nigeria's position in the global internet governance process and to debate from a local perspective. In line with Internet Governance Forum practice, this year's Nigerian Internet Governance Forum 2020 was preceded by the Youth Nigeria Internet Governance Forum, which held as a pre-event yesterday, September 23rd, 2020. In addition to this pre-event, there is the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum, which also hosted the Women Nigeria Internet Governance Forum as another pre-event in parallel with the first one that I mentioned. The Nigeria Internet Governance Forum 2020 will focus on engaging the multi-stakeholder nature of the forum to harness and aggregate productive ideas, best practices, and experiences towards facilitating the national digital economy policy and strategy currently pursued by the Nigerian government under the variable supervision of the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy vis-a-vis the current pandemic and beyond. The outcome is expected to build consensus among stakeholders on actionable recommendations for both state and non-state actors in the internet ecosystem. The Nigeria Internet Governance Forum has the power to encourage opinions, suggest best practices, and shape discussions that can influence Nigeria's internet policies and decisions of those that have the power to drive the required policies. Out of this forum will be published on the Nigeria Governance Forum website, and it would also be shared with academia. civil society, and all its stakeholders for adoption and implementation as it applies to them. Without further ado, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again welcome all participants to the 9th edition of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum, tagged IGF 2020. And I encourage all present to actively participate and contribute through discussions and sessions. I thank you all and wish you the best in all your deliberations. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you. Good.
Please put your hands together one more time for the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission. Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, we are here to dialogue and come up with a consensus on the way forward with regards to internet governance. Thank you very much, sir. May I kindly also invite the representative of the Director General, NIDA, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, to come forward and give his goodwill address. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Mr. Mukto, the BBC of NCC, Professor Umar Gambata, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me start by apologizing on behalf of my Director General, Mr. Kashifu Inuwa, who would have loved to be here personally to be part of this event this morning, but is currently attending another national event. And he has directed that I send his apologies to this meeting and to say that it is not out of disrespect that is not here, but because of another higher national call. When the MC introduced Prof, he said, erudite Prof. I'm not a professor. So at times for people like us, it's very difficult to speak after a professor. More importantly, that he has covered all the things that we need to say as remarks. But if I had my ways, I just say that Prof has spoken on behalf of all of us, and I'll go and sit down. But I think it is really important to put things in proper perspective. Again, when the MC was doing her intro, she said she told her daughter that the internet is the future of things. In my own view, I would say the internet is the reality, the current reality. More importantly, with the COVID-19 pandemic and all things associated with it, death, sicknesses, loss of economic, loss of jobs, and so many things. The internet is very important to human endeavors, that there is hardly anything you can do or anything you can achieve without the application of ICT, and the internet is the foundation of ICT. And with the pandemic, working remotely has become the norm globally. Either you are in the developing countries, developed countries, you're in the private sector, public sector, you're running your businesses, you don't have any choice than to use the internet to deliver your services now. Most government organizations went to sleep during the pandemic. But for those of us in this sector, we knew then that we didn't have any choice than to effectively improve on what we were doing before. And that was why we kept the offices running. And most government offices, they don't have any choice than to key in as part of it. And there are so many reforms that are already taking place in the public sector. For instance, the legislation of the ministry, the launch of the National Digital Strategy and Policy, and a lot of other activities. In fact, very soon, the policy is coming out from the head of office of the head of service to formally approve and recognize virtual meetings, virtual conferences, virtual workshops for all government officials in the country. So we don't have a choice than to key into what this pandemic has brought to the world. I see it, a lot of people see it as a major calamity. I see it as a major advantage for this sector. In fact, when other sectors were losing money, this sector was making money. The Zoom, the Google Hangouts, all of that media platforms that we're using for meetings, for workshops, for conferences, for even interaction offices. So I see that as a big blessing for us in this country. Now, what we're preaching all this while, that we should move government businesses online. That's the area of e-governance. That has become a reality now. That we don't have any choice. Now, for government to deliver on services and mandates online, how can you do that without appropriate internet governance? That is why what we are doing here today is very apt and important to us as a country. We are journey towards the national digital economy. How do we survive post-COVID-19? So what we are doing here today is very important. And I believe with the caliber of stakeholders that will be participating, I've gone through the agenda. I know we'll be able to come out with something very concrete for this country. Yes, it's a new era. Then government needs to wake up, do a lot of the right policies that will drive whatever we are doing. Urban infrastructure, what is the level of infrastructure deployment that we have in the public sector? Can it really carry the weight that is expected when MDAs, when private sector organizations fully commit to use the internet? We need to address this. Human capital, especially in the public sector. Do you have enough human capital to really drive what we are looking at? These are issues that we need to look into. Then regulation. How do you use the internet to regulate to develop, which is really key. So I'm sure by the time we put all this into perspective, and with the kind of people that we're talking today, we'll be able to have very strong positions as a country. Yes, we are developing, but one thing about the internet, one thing about the ICT is that whatever happens in any part of the world should be the same. It's like a level playing ground that's broken down the barrier of time, the barrier of development, the barrier of distance, the barrier of everything. So we don't have any choice that we're keen to what is happening globally. And we look at the best global practices all over the world for us to effectively play a role in the global digital economy. And I believe what we are doing here today, the journey we started, we'll continue and be able to achieve desired success. Thank you very much. Welcome you, and I wish us a great success for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olatunji. Indeed, the internet is our reality, but it's also the future of mankind, because ears have not heard, eyes have not seen what the internet holds for our generation yet unborn. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for Dr. Olatunji. Thank you very much. The next speaker is, I don't think he's physically present. I guess we're going to connect with him. He's Mr. Gbenga Adebayo, Chairman, Association of Licensed Telecom Operators of Nigeria, ALTEN. Sir, are you there? Mr. Gbenga Adebayo, can you hear me? Mr. Adebayo of ALTEN, if you can hear me, it's time for you to give your goodwill address. Okay, while we are waiting for him to connect, let's have Engineer Ikechukwu Nnamani, First Vice President, Association of Telecommunications Companies of Nigeria, ATCON.
Good morning, everybody.
Nnamani, are you there?
I'm here.
You're here. Okay, thank you very much. Please take it away.
On behalf of the Association of Telecom Operating Companies of Nigeria, we wish to fully support this event. We are delighted by the subject matter, which is achieving inclusive digital economic development in the post-COVID world. As has been highlighted by the previous speakers, we are fully aware that we now live in a digital age. What we plan to be implemented over the next 5 years, we are now being forced to implement it within this year because of the advent of COVID. And as we all know, the Association of Telecom Operating Companies, which is over 160 member association, this is the area we play, and we are fully aligned with this vision. We are fully committed, and we definitely look forward to participation with the Nigeria Internet Governance Group in terms of moving the country forward. Once more, we just want to appreciate the event. We want to commit to fully participate through our members that are already online. A lot of us are already online, and a lot of us will be part of the various panels that will be taking place today. So we definitely support this event, and that's all we want to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ikechukwu. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Thank you very much. We want to have Harriet Esther Hussein, Chairperson, Internet Governance Forum, Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. I think you are present virtually. Can we have you, please? Can you hear me? Harriet Esther Hussein. Esther Hussein. I hope I called that well. Can you hear me? Chairperson, Internet Governance Forum, Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Okay.
She's trying to a pre-recorded video, and we'll be playing it now.
Are they coming on? Mr. Gbenga Adebayo of Alton. Okay. Harriet Esther Hussein, are you there? Okay. We have to get back to them. We want to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you once again, and also welcome virtually the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, who is a fellow on many fronts. He's not here with us right now, but I think it's on. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. All right, we are going to wait a little bit. We'll have the minister. I hear the minister is going to be here physically to be with us. That's wonderful. And in the meantime, give me a few minutes. I'll be back. While we wait for the minister, we'll go ahead to the plenary now. When it comes, we will proceed to have his keynote address. In the meantime, the first session, I think we have to go to the sessions right now. That's what's going to happen right away. The first session we have today is let's have my number 2. The first session is going to be moderated. The first plenary session is going to be moderated by Mr. Emmanuel Edet of NIDA. Is he present? Mr. Emmanuel, you're here. Okay, you're welcome, sir. You are the moderator of this session. I'm going to invite you right away to please come forward. Let's start the plenary session. Please can you come forward and give us the introduction?
Thank you very much. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, representing the Honorable Minister, the EVC, NCC, the representative of the Director General of NIDA, National Information Technology Development Agency, other participants here and online. You're welcome to this session. This is the main plenary, and we are going to discuss the main theme of this particular virtual IGF. As we are all aware, COVID-19 has created a lot of opportunities as well as provided a lot of challenges to activities that actually entail physical meetings. And so the need to lock down and have social distancing has slowed down a lot of other activities. However, it has also provided opportunities for us to explore the use of digital facilities to, cover up for all the other activities that we are supposed to carry out on a daily basis. This panel is expected to explore the possibility of digital inclusion and carrying along everyone as far as the use of digital facilities are concerned. So it's the overarching plenary session that deals with achieving inclusive digital economic development. My name is Emmanuel Edet. I work with the National Information Technology Development Agency. On this panel, we have 4 wonderful persons who are going to explore all these and give us their opinion on the various issues of this theme. First of all, I'd like to introduce the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, Mr. Estefanos Musamak Factor, who is one of our panelists. You're welcome, sir. Also on this panel is Honorable Abubakar Lado Suleja. Honorable Lado is currently the Honorable in the National Assembly, and he's the Chairman of the House Committee on Information and Communication Technology. A round of applause for him as well. Also on this panel is one of the great, should I call her an Amazon in the ICT industry, the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Main One Company, Funke Opeke. A round of applause for her, please.
and also Tolu Ogunlesi is in the presidency office of digital engagement. Tolu, you're welcome, please. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Would like to start first with the introductory remarks from the members of the panel, and I will humbly invite the permanent secretary to give us his introductory remarks on the area of digital inclusion, especially dealing with economic development. Thank you very much.
Will join us shortly, and so he does not need to be represented. I also would like to stand on the existing protocols because I'm not a protocols person, really. However, I would like to appreciate the Nigerian Internet Governors Forum and to say that I agree with this team achieving inclusive digital economic development in the post-COVID-19 era. I think this is the correct thing to do at this moment. Let me also say that the ministry and all its agencies are working in synergy to support a forum like this. And to prove that we are working together with you, the ministry has created the enabling environment for public and private partnership by launching the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy 2020 to 2030, the roadmap for the implementation of the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, and the development and launch of the National Broadband Plan 2020-2025. I think that with what COVID has done now, it will appear that 120 million Nigerians are being excluded from activities that have been happening for the past 6 months. If we agree that we only have 42% penetration, that means it's only about 84 million Nigerians that are actually covered. 120 million Nigerians is more than the population of Ghana and South Africa combined. And so you understand why this forum is up at this moment. It is for this reason that the ministry has no choice than to work hand in hand with the private sector. Let me wish all of the people that are invited to speak here to put these two issues at the top point of their discussions. That is that the ministry will always support you all the way, and two, that more than half of Nigerian population are being excluded. So what is it that we need to do in order to ensure that we cover the whole country? These are the two issues that I would like to bring up by way of opening remarks at this session. And I would like to also say that if it is possible, the Human Rights Commission should consider elevating the access to internet as part of human rights issues. Why do I say so? Because I think the village man that does not understand the issues that we are raising here now deserve to know that if there is pollution or disaster in any part of the country, such as this pandemic that is happening now, they should be educated in advance so that they will know how to take care of themselves. These are the issues I want it to form the boner in these discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker would like to invite is Honorable Abubakar Lado Suleja. I don't know if he's online. Okay, all right. Before we get to Tolu, we would like to invite Funke Okweke to just give us her introductory remarks in this particular area.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, representative of the Honorable Minister of Communications, the EVC of the NCC, Professor Umaru Dambata, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communications, the Director Generals of the various parastatals, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Me a minute, please, to remove the background. Thank you. In November 2019, President Muhammad Buhari launched the Digital Economy Policy and Strategy that was put together by the newly created Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. Of course, the Ministry of Communications previously existed, but in October, the president, as if he was seeing ahead of what 2020 was going to bring, highlighted the increasing role of the digital economy to the nation and assigned that responsibility to the Ministry of Communications. In November, I was privileged to be in the audience when he launched the strategy for the digital economy in Abuja. Subsequent to that, we had a national broadband plan established because it was recognized in the digital economy strategy that infrastructure, solid infrastructure, service infrastructure, soft infrastructure were critical pillars to ensure the achievement of the digital economy and, of course, inclusiveness for all Nigerians. And in order to get broadband services to more Nigerians and give Nigerians the opportunity to participate in the digital economy, they needed to have enhanced broadband access to the internet. And so the National Broadband Plan Committee was put together in December of 2019, and the National Broadband Plan for 2020 to 2025 was launched by Mr. President in March, just before we all had to go into lockdown for the pandemic. I think given where we are today, this really were strategic actions that the nation has put in place to have a roadmap in terms of what needs to be done, not recognizing, even at the time those plans were being put together, that they're going to be more critical to our future than we earlier anticipated. What are we seeing? Of course, we see continued growth and criticality of ICT in general to our economy. And based on the numbers from the National Bureau of Statistics, ICT contribution in the Nigerian economy grew from 15.1% to 17.87% in the second quarter of this year. So even in the midst of the COVID pandemic, as we have all rushed to work from home. Education has moved online, where people are privileged to have access. In other areas, people have had to suspend schooling or education, healthcare. Again, a lot of services been delivered online as people could not move around or travel. We've seen growth in traffic. We've seen growth in applications like Zoom, like, of course, virtual conferences and virtual events. And we've seen a lot of nations also move to implement national self-sufficiency. So taking care of their interests, their citizens, their resources first, ahead of other countries. So where does that put us? I think it just reinforces the need for these plans that were put in place to be put into action. And the good news is we're starting to see those things happen, and those should benefit broadband access and indeed access to the internet, which we are here talking about today. So one is several states of the Federation have reduced the right of way or totally abolished the right of way in line with the recommendations of the federal government and the work that has been done by the NCC in recent years to advocate for that statutory rate. And we're starting to see state governments sign up and adopt that, which will significantly lower the cost of building infrastructure. We're also starting to see more healthy competition for data tariffs, as of course, as the demand for data continues to surge. The challenge we have is that the networks still need a lot more infrastructure. One, to improve access around the country, to increase the availability of 4G services. And so there's a lot of work to be done. I think that's really where the challenge lies. Of course, a lot of this money has to be provided by the private sector. And given the current economic situation, it is a difficult time for private sector to invest. So I think in terms of internet access, in terms of inclusive internet for all parts of the country, clearly there is a divide between our urban high net worth areas and rural areas, secondary cities of the country. And I think continued collaboration between the public sector, between government and private sector is going to be required for us to achieve these goals of more inclusive internet. I believe internet access as a human right is indeed the right direction to go when we look at the size of our youth population. But beyond just stating that it is a right, how we work together to ensure that we can actually deliver on that promise, I think is going to take collaboration of all of us. I wish the conference organizers and all of us participants fruitful deliberations today as to how we can further the cause of getting internet good quality at an affordable price to all Nigerians. Thank you very much.
Speaker on this panel, Mr. Tolu Ogunlesi, who is of the Presidency Office for Digital Engagement, to give us his opening remarks. Tolu, you're on, please.
Good morning. Good morning, all. I will stand on existing protocol. And it's a pleasure to be here at the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum, to share some of my thoughts on the digital economy. And I will I will start by sharing something. A few weeks ago, I tweeted about how just how transformative WhatsApp has been. WhatsApp as a platform for small businesses in Nigeria, and I tweeted that from personal experience. How you would, how easy it is to do business with people. So you are online looking to buy something, whatever it is, some piece of furniture, some piece of clothing or something, and very seamlessly on WhatsApp, you can basically just engage with any business, sort out all your transaction. And I remember, asking, or wondering when it will be possible to actually make in-app payments in WhatsApp, which will mean that, as a platform, for example, you can basically just completely use a single platform to for business. And my mind just went back to the days before the internet, before social media, and you just wonder how did small businesses do it? How did a vendor, a furniture vendor in Abeokuta or Ibadan or somewhere in Kebbi, how did they get customers? How did they find customers? How did they do business? How did they communicate with their potential customers? And it's almost impossible now to imagine how we lived life before the internet, before these tools, before digital technologies came and completely just changed the game. And so for me, I'm very keenly aware of just how powerful the digital economy is. The immense amount of opportunities that the fact that people can at low cost or no cost, set up a side business while still maintaining a full-time job, and basically set up a side business on Instagram, on Twitter, on WhatsApp, or whatever, or some other platform, and basically just the full implications. I'm not sure we've realized the full implications of this, and so it's the whole talk about internet being a fundamental human right. In 2020, I think it's come to stay. There's no doubt that governments, of course, so the internet obviously belongs in the same class as healthcare, as education, as access to justice, and all of those things that we have come to assume are fundamental to human existence. I know that there's some study that actually that has found a direct connection between internet penetration and GDP. That there's an actual direct connection between the percentage of people in a country that have access to the internet or to broadband internet and GDP growth. And so these are the things we have to continue to play up. I'm glad that governments in Nigeria are starting to understand the importance of digital economy, which is why, of course, we have this national digital economy policy and strategy, which is why we have the ministry, which has come to see digital economy as a central part of its mandate. All of the conversation about right of way costs for internet infrastructure nationwide, where there now seems to be some kind of competition among states to offer the cheapest services. I know the federal government also has abolished, at least until I think end of next year or 2021 or 2022, right of way fees for federal highways. So I'm super excited by the fact that governments are starting to see that, to see how important the digital economy is, and are starting to make those short-term sacrifices, like foregoing fees or costs for people who want to lay fiber optic cables and all that, foregoing the short-term in favor of long-term investment, because the long-term investment clearly is what we're all here for. That's what is going to give us the transformational impact that we're actually looking for. The second thing I want to say is about digital literacy and skills, which is the second pillar of the National Digital Economy Policy 2020 to 2030, and how we cannot overemphasize the importance of digital literacy nationwide, because it has so many implications. So first is even just digital literacy, getting people familiar with being able to use the internet, getting people familiar with being able to use, you know, mobile phones and access the internet and find their way on the internet. But even more importantly, it's about, you know, the cybercrime and of course fake news and misinformation. At the bottom, of course, of a lot of the issues that Nigeria and many other countries have with fake news, with disinformation, with cybercrime, is basic digital literacy. The fact that people just are not aware of some of the basic foundational elements of being online. You know, the fact that your PIN must never be given. I know that there's an NGO that has done some work around that, you know, where they went out into the streets to ask people for their PINs, their banking passwords and PINs. And for many people, it did not occur to many people that those numbers are not meant to be available to the public. I know, you know, we all know people who write their PINs on their ATM cards, you know, so that's the mentality out there. So digital literacy is such basic things as knowing that your PIN, your financial information, is not meant for anybody but yourself. You know, it's about even knowing about things like two-factor authentication for WhatsApp or for your social media platforms. I think that, you know, that second pillar, I don't think we've started to give it the attention that it needs and deserves in Nigeria. And that's why we're seeing a lot of issues around, you know, fake news, where people can share videos that are not authentic, you know. So I hope that over the course of this forum, there will be more conversation about how we can just get a national campaign going about digital literacy. When you get sent a video, when you get sent a photo, this is how you can check, this is how you can confirm news, that kind of thing. So those are the 2 points that I wanted to make. Let me again just commend the organizers of this event, and I wish you all successful deliberations. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tolu. We appreciate you for joining us as well. And I would like to cross-check and confirm if Honorable Suleja is available online now.
He's not available. Thank you. The Honorable is not available online.
To us, just simply type your questions into the chat box and we'll try and collate them. And please, if you're asking questions, just make sure you actually put the name of the specific person you like to answer the question. And if it's a general question, just indicate also. So we have heard a lot concerning digital economy, the steps that government has taken to ensure that we put in a proper framework, both legal and institutional, to make sure that there is inclusive development as far as digital economy is concerned. But we have also noticed that in spite of the fact that we are seeing business models growing up on the internet, there are still inequalities, especially in the area of access. And there are also a lot of other issues such as security and trust. There's the issue of data sovereignty. All of these combined together to actually create some of the challenges that we find in trying to have an inclusive development as far as digital economy is concerned. I would like to direct a question to Funke Opeke. And the question is this, Ma. What is your position on data sovereignty? We've had issues around personal data residing outside the country, government data residing outside the country. So at the backdrop of cloud computing, what is your opinion on data sovereignty? Funke Opeke, please.
Thank you very much. My position on data sovereignty is that ultimately, as a country, it is in our interest to move towards national self-sufficiency. We see today where we talk about agricultural self-sufficiency and food self-sufficiency. In the future, and maybe that future is even coming upon us now, we are seeing how data and digitalization is critical to all facets of human existence. I think we've also seen, just based on activities on the global scene, be it in the US, China, I was reading just last night, I think India during this COVID era has also put in place a national self-sufficiency agenda. That national self-sufficiency is something of importance to sovereign states. And the issues of data and data ownership and control is going to be increasingly important in the future. So where we are not there today, I think it requires a concerted strategy that government needs to put in place. There are lots of issues and of course, risks and consequences and challenges because we are still largely technology consumers, not producers. To develop the capacity so we can truly deploy the applications and have our data reside locally, or create the environment for the global players not just to have a commercial presence, but to have investments and infrastructure that create jobs and are subject to the laws and regulations of Nigeria, as opposed to being governed by their own countries. We see what's going on with TikTok in the US currently, where the US government is saying ownership by a Chinese company means that US data will be the Chinese government will have access to data from US citizens. And so as a result, the ownership of the application has to change. So my view on data domiciliation or data residency is that the NDPR starts to lay down some requirements, but we need to go Nigeria as a nation state for its economic and security interests long-term. Will need to walk to a position where we have more data domiciliation and data residency. And perhaps someday we can actually try to enforce that because we have the capacity in country to deliver on that promise. You're on mute, please.
I'll invite the moderator to come up, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edet. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, we want to welcome the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, fellow Nigerian Computer Society, fellow British Computer Society, and Fellow, Institute of Information Management. Honorable Minister, sir, you're welcome. We also have with us the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, Mr. Inua Kashifu Abdullahi. Sir, you're welcome. I will go ahead now. We have, before we invite the Minister to come forward, we have a recorded message from Aret Esuhasan. Please, can we have that? Are we ready to quickly have that before the Minister comes forward? The recorded message from Aret, I understand we have it. Yes, please, can you play it quickly? Okay. Are you sure that can go? If not, we have to proceed.
Wait.
There's no problem. Sit down, all of you, please. My colleague, the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, Mr. Musa Istefano, the Executive Vice Chairman of Nigerian Communications Commission, Professor Umar Garba Dambata, the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, Kashifu Inu Abdullahi, the Director E-Government of the National Information Technology Development Agency, my friend and brother, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, other directors from the ministry and the parastatals, other CEOs on the virtual platform joining the event, all other stakeholders here present with us either physically or virtually, ladies and gentlemen of the press, all other protocols duly and respectfully observed. Good afternoon, and may peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you. Firstly, I begin by apologizing to you for my inability to be here by 11 a.m. It was due to another presidential assignment given to us under another committee. So I had to attend the event, and after completing that assignment, I rushed in order to attend this event physically. And I do hope that my apology has been accepted. Secondly, I'm also excited to be part of this Nigeria Nigeria Internet Governance Forum here, which I think is a very important event looking at the theme of the discussion, achieving the digital economic development in the post-COVID-19 era. However, I think it is more important to discuss during COVID-19 era, because only Almighty knows when we are going to live without COVID anymore. We are very optimistic and we are prayerful. However, we need to focus more on what we can do and achieve during the COVID than even after, because the COVID era is what we are witnessing today. As they say, is the new normal. And it is because of this, our emphasis will focus more on how to utilize the period, this era of COVID-19, and fast track the implementation, or rather achieving our digital economic development. Furthermore, as I earlier commended the forum and also the topic with just a minor amendment as I suggested, the topic still is very apt, particularly as I have been saying that COVID-19 pandemic is a pandemic in the real sense of the word. And it has completely changed the world. It has disrupted our activities in many ways. And we lost our beloved ones in our villages, our states, in our country, and even globally. A situation where your beloved one passes on, you can hardly commend that situation or be happy with it. However, there are positive things we are to learn from COVID-19. Most importantly, it is a time for us to fast track the implementation of our digital economy in Nigeria. Most importantly, broadband becomes necessary today. Secondly, most of our activities are being conducted virtually today. People that were struggling to understand how important ICT was just a year ago, today they are so much inclined and addicted to ICT. Why? Because of their health condition. It is because of this, it could be a blessing in some ways, because we are compelled to fast track the implementation of our digital economy agenda. Historically, you could recall that Mr. President has approved the expansion of the mandate of our Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, and by extension, the mandate of the parastatals dealing with ICT. That was as a result of our request we forwarded to him, and he approved the request on 17 October 2019. That is by accommodating digital economy rather than just ICT, which is obsolete today. That was presented before the Federal Executive Council on 23rd October 2019. And we were mandated as well by Mr. President to immediately come up with national digital economy policy and strategy. We achieved that collectively. And Mr. President was very kind enough to us. He attended our event at the International Conference Center on 29th of November 2019, where he personally unveiled and launched our national digital economy policy and strategy for a digital Nigeria 2020 to 2030. Our initial plan was to achieve digital Nigeria within 10 years, but with COVID-19, most probably that could be achieved in the next 5 or 6 years. By having the policy in place, we have done one part of it. The remaining part is the implementation. And I'm glad to say that after approving the policy, we restructured the ministry, and we have been restructuring the ministry. And we also mandated the relevant parastatals that have a key role to play in digital economy, NCC, NIDA, and others, to immediately establish a department that will focus more on digital economy. That has been achieved in all the parastatals, because they will play the key role of implementing the policy. Our own role is largely more of supervision and policy direction after producing the policy. So it is their responsibility to do that, which has already been achieved. And if you look at the activities of the ministry and the parastatals, you will see they are in line with the digital economy. And we are making progress a lot. Furthermore, as part of the implementation of digital economy, we also have our national broadband plan in place, 2020-2025, which is specifically on broadband penetration. The last time I contacted my colleagues, the report of broadband penetration of August 2020 was not ready, but I don't know whether it is ready now. But if we look into it, by end of July, we have achieved 42.02% of broadband penetration. In less than a year, we will be able to achieve at least 50% in our country, which is highly commendable. The broadband penetration of only 1 year now, starting from August this year to August last year, could be approximately 10%. Contrary to the previous years where broadband penetration averagely is 1.7% annually. So this is a clear indication that if that 10% can be achieved within a year, then it is also highly commendable. In addition, if we look at the contribution of ICT sector alone, and I have been saying this just as an independent sector, not digital economy sector, as an independent sector, the contribution of ICT to GDP by the end of last month was up to 17, in the second quarter, sorry, which is April, May, June, is up to 17 point something percent. This is only standalone ICT sector. And telecommunication sector grew up by more than 18% within the second quarter. Why I say ICT alone? Because there is a line of demarcation between ICT sector contribution to GDP and digital economy contribution to GDP. If it is ICT sector, it is only the standalone, what comes through only ICT. But if you say digital economy, is the ICT sector plus all the digital services that have been provided in the country. So by implication, if you look at the contribution of financial institutions to GDP during the second quarter, you will discover more than 90% is under digital economy. Because all the activities being conducted through ATM, online purchase, e-commerce, online money transfer, whatever you conduct on virtual and digital platforms will be part and parcel of a digital economy. May not be part of ICT sector, but is part of digital economy. So by implication, a minimum of 90% of the financial institutions is under that, because most of the activities during lockdown were conducted virtually. That is why I presented that argument before the Federal Executive Council last week during our meeting, that digital economy should be computed independently in our GDP. Whenever the result will come up, they should capture digital economy, because Mr. President has started the diversification of our economy by leveraging on digital economy. When that is computed, most probably the contribution of ICT to GDP, or rather digital economy to GDP, could be more than 45%. So that is why we need to push for an independent computation to be conducted, where all the digital services being provided by the sector will be taken into consideration. So this is a clear indication that at least we are on track. And the journey so far is highly encouraging. However, there is no time for us to sleep. We need to continue to push harder. Achieving a digital economy, as I have been saying, is a collective responsibility. It's not restricted to one ministry or few parastatals. It's a responsibility of all. And that is the reason why we serve as the clearinghouse for all digital projects in the country, to ensure that they are in alignment with the national digital economy policy and other federal government policies and laws. That is the reason why we are supposed to clear each and every project before execution. Why? Because this is the role we are supposed to play, only to provide the supervision, the clearance, the guidance, and many more. But the implementation or achieving a digital economy in this country is a responsibility of all. including both in the public sector and those in the private sector. They must work together to achieve that. And as we all know, that this, as I said earlier, COVID-19 brought about why it is important to achieve that. TSA, Treasury Single Account, today is part of a digital economy. However, it was executed before the policy. Most of, like GIFMIS, IPPIs, they are part of that. The digitalization taking place in customs today, in immigration, and many other places, they are all part and parcel of our digital economy. Today, the virtual Federal Executive Council being coordinated by the ministry and powered by Galaxy is part of digital economy. The recent virtual Council of State chaired by Mr. President, they are all part and parcel of our digital economy. And we do hope that in our institutions of learning, they will soon join the trend of our digital economy. So I want to use the opportunity to thank all the stakeholders that what we have been doing so far is highly encouraging. And the achievement is not restricted to one person or one ministry or one institution. The achievement is for all. And I do hope that we will redouble our effort and ensure that in the next 1 year, more and more can be achieved. According to the US Office of Statistics, digital economy in the US created a new value of 86% in the United States of America today. Through digital economy, they have created more than 6.5 million new jobs in the US. This can be achieved even here in Nigeria, particularly if we focus more on digital innovation and digital entrepreneurship. These are the two most important aspects of digital economy: digital innovation and also digital entrepreneurship. This is another policy of the federal government that we have been working on. That is national policy on digital innovation and digital entrepreneurship, which will focus more in areas like applications, outsourcing, and many more. When that policy is ready, we are very much sure that we will be able to create many more jobs for our citizens. So I want to finally use the opportunity to thank the stakeholders for organizing this event. And I do hope that the forum would come up with so many recommendations for federal government to consider and implement them where necessary. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Please, can you please put your hands together one more time for him? That was eloquently rendered. Thank you very much, sir. Now we're about rounding up. I'm going to invite Mr. Mohammed Rudman, President, Nigeria Internet Registration Association, NIRA, to give us the vote of thanks. Is he here physically? Is he present here? Or is he going to be speaking with us virtually? Virtually. Okay, please, can you just...
Hello, hi. Yeah, I'm here. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir. You can go on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Kindly permit me to stand on the existing protocol. It is indeed a privilege to give this special vote of thanks at this Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. On behalf of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, I want to thank all our special guests, especially the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Isa Ali Ibrahim Fantami, our Digital Minister, for gracing this important occasion despite his busy schedule. We thank you for your presence at the virtual NIGF 2020. As usual, sir, your keynote address have enlightened us on the national digital economic agenda and the progress made so far. Thank you, sir. We say a warm thank you to Professor Garba Umar Rambata, the Executive Vice Chairman of Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, Mr. Kashif Inua Abdullahi, the Director General of National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDDA, aptly represented here by Dr. Vincent Olatunji, Mr. Musa Istefanus, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, Engineer Ekechukwu Inamani, the first Vice President of the Association of Telecommunications Companies of Nigeria, ATCON, and finally, Ms. Arietta Esterhuisen, the Chairperson, Internet Governance Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Again, thank you all for gracing this occasion. To all the speakers who would speak later at this event, we say thank you very much for accepting our invitation. I must not forget to thank the organizers of this event. This is a team of committed individuals from different organizations that have sacrificed their time and energy to make this event happen. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Without you, couldn't be here today. And finally, to our beloved audience, thank you for making this event a huge success. Please stay online as we have a lineup of various professionals that will be speaking on topical issues, especially on technology. I say thank you all and wish all of us a fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you.
Before I invite the minister and the EVC and our guests to take some pictures, I want to let us know that we're going to have a short break and move on to the breakout sessions. And breakout sessions, we're having 4 breakout sessions. One is on data sovereignty and monetization. The other one is on cybersecurity and trust. And we also have digital empowerment as well as emerging issues and technology. So the breakout session is going to take place simultaneously for about 90 minutes. We'll be moderating from here. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, sir, may I invite us to please come forward and take pictures. Thank you very much. Okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's be seated. We'll proceed with the question and answer. Can I have Mr. Emmanuel Edet please come forward? Mr. Emmanuel Edet. It's my understanding that we have the recorded speech by Areth ready. Hello, our technical people, I hear we have her recorded speech ready, right? We want to play that before we do the question and answer quickly.
Good morning, all participants and organizers of the Nigerian National IGF. My name is Henriette Esterhuisen, and I am the chairperson of the Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Greetings from South Africa. As you can see, it's a sunny day here in Johannesburg. And lovely as it is here, I do wish we were all together face to face. But I think as we've learned over the past year and all the challenges that this year has brought, that we can still be together, we can still collaborate, we can still deliberate, share ideas, share problems, and develop solutions collaboratively using this online platform that you have so many of you have worked so hard to develop and strengthen and give access to Africans all over the continent too. On behalf of the IGF MAG, we want to congratulate you with convening this meeting today and the coming days. We wish you lots of success in this very relevant agenda that you've got. I'm looking at your topics as I speak. Data sovereignty and monetization. This is a very concrete challenge for us in Africa as well as elsewhere in the world. Cybersecurity and trust. Digital empowerment, which remains a huge challenge, even after decades of working towards digital inclusion. We can see that, in fact, digital exclusion remains as big, if not greater, than it has been when we started this project of building a collective people-centered information society. And then emerging issues and technologies. From the global perspective, we really look forward to you sharing your insights, the outcomes of your discussions at the Global IGF, which will start on the 2nd of November and run until 17 November. The Global IGF has 4 themes this year: data, trust, overlapping very much with your themes, inclusion, which is also one that you are addressing, and the 4th one, which is a new theme for us, environment. We look forward to your participation in this Global IGF through the National, Regional IGF and Youth IGF Initiatives session, but also through your individual participation from whatever stakeholder group you represent, be it government or business, civil society, or the technical community. So thank you very much for this invitation. It really has it's been an honor for us at the Global IGF to have this involvement and this participation with the regional IGFs, and particularly with your IGF. So thank you very much for including us, and I wish you all the best for your event. Goodbye and good luck.
Sage. Just to confirm, are our panelists still online?
Yes.
Okay. I understand it's only Funko Cricket that's still online. Well, the good thing is that this question is meant for her. We have several questions online, so we'll just take this one. My question, this is from Dr. Ayo Essien. My question goes to Funke Okweke. All through the years, we had seen fiber optic cable networking on major highways in Nigeria, but this had not been very rewarding as necessary regulatory law had not been put in place. It is possible to vandalize the links and not respect the right of way of these lines. This had forced most providers to use microwave mix. Going forward, is it not possible to put all these regulations in place and possibly form a multiple entry point from available Nigeria coast to generally improve the cost of delivery and subscription? I guess this question has to do with the internet and the fiber optic cabling all over the country. The question in summary says, is it not possible to put in place a regulation to ensure that this infrastructure are not tampered with by individuals? This question goes to Funko Peke, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that the issue is already being addressed. Specifically, there's an executive order on critical national infrastructure that recognizes telecommunications infrastructure as critical national infrastructure. And Mr. President has signed the executive order and has been working. The Minister of Communications and Digital Economy has been working with the respective agencies of the federal government to ensure that adequate protection is given to telecoms infrastructure. So a lot of that effort started, some of it started before the launching of the National Broadband Plan. Of course, then we've gone into this COVID era where movement has been restricted. However, I know that effort has continued in that regard, so that regulatory framework, so to speak, is being put in place.
Noro, the question is, what is the initiative that is put in place to handle a school located in Jegunle that has access to the internet and no one is in the computer lab, which is under lock. If we don't want the kids to because we don't want the kids to damage the computer. I guess that's about facilities being available but not being used. Anthony, I'm sure we'll get back to you on that particular question. And the second question is, why is the cost of data annoyingly expensive, and what is NCC doing about it? Anthony, unfortunately, NCC is not on this panel, so we may not be able to answer that directly, but I'm sure we'll get back to you. There's also a question here from Loveday Onyanula. He's asking, what is in the digital economy strategy that will engage youth for the purpose of development? This question was supposed to go to the permanent secretary, who is not available at the moment. We'll send an answer to you, Loveday, on that. And another question here says, is sent in by an anonymous attendee. How can the Honorable Minister help the Nigerian youth, especially those from the North, on how to use the digital space to make income for themselves? Because it seems, apart from playing politics on Facebook, they know little or nothing. Again, the question will have to wait, and we will get a direct answer as far as this is concerned. I have only one panelist left, so I'll give her an opportunity to give us some last words. Ms. Funko Kweke, please, if you have your last words, can you give us now?
No, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm not sure there's much to add. I think the Honorable Minister has spoken. The time is now. The regulator for NCC has spoken. I think from the questions that have been raised, we see that the issue is how we get broadband coverage and internet access to more Nigerians. COVID-19 has made that more urgent. I think we have an imperative to the whole industry, the government and the private sector, to pull our efforts together so that we can accelerate that. It is of critical importance to our national economy. And it's not just about the infrastructure, as we've heard, it's also about the skills, the empowerment that our youth require so that we can truly derive the benefits afforded by the access we gain to the technology. So I just wish all conference participants fruitful deliberations today, and that all of this efforts will go towards improving outcomes in terms of internet access and usage for all Nigerians. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Funke Okweke. I guess that's the end of our panel for this morning, the first panel. I'd like to appreciate every member of the panel that attended, Tolu Funke Okweke, and the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. And if we check through our schedule, we're going to take the break now before we move into other dedicated panel sessions, the breakout sessions. Thank you very much for participating. Those online, thank you for those in the hall. And we'll take a brief break right now. Thank you very much.
left, right, and center. And Nigerians are beginning to find relevance on the internet. And with this are the challenges that goes with being online. One of these challenges is cyber security and trust, which we will be examining today. I have an eminently qualified panel to do justice to this assignment today. Permit me to quickly introduce the panel, which is very, very distinguished. The first member of the panel who I am going to introduce is Folake Olagunju. Folake, can you just show your face briefly? All right.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Folake. Folake is the program officer, internet and cyber security at the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS Commission. She's currently working on implementing the cybersecurity agenda to facilitate initiatives that will assist ECOWAS regions protect their critical infrastructure and build confidence in the use of ICT in cyberspace. Prior to her current role, she worked on various IT-related activities, including policy and infrastructure initiatives in West Africa. She's currently the appointed co-chair of the Global Forum for Cybersecurity Experts Advisory Board. Please welcome Folake Olagunju of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Our next panelist, permit me to introduce, 1 minute, a problem, okay. Mr. Adote Rock. He is the Director, Information Technology at Uhuru Group and Managing Partner, International Electronic Service Limited, which is a cyber security awareness, threat researcher and analyst. Mr. Rock is a cybersecurity threat researcher, analyst, and software programmer with over a decade experience in secure software development for the Nigerian financial services industry. He holds a master's degree in computer systems and European Community Council security analyst in partnership with several cybersecurity consulting outfits. Rock has empowered personnel of several Nigerian government agencies on cybersecurity, among which includes Nigerian Apex Banks, CPN of Nigeria, and regulators such as NDIC, and having served as a senior solution engineer and analyst for MIC3. Sounds like a clandestine national security organization. A multinational who provides software as a service, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and business process as a service that meets the operational demands of Africa's largest provider of telecom infrastructure. While providing consultancy for several government and corporate businesses, Rock currently directs the operations of International Electronic Services and oversees the financial services of Uhuru Microfinance Bank, Auto Imports via Uhuru Auto, Lagos, Nigeria, e-commerce and shopping outlets where Uhuru Mall, Abia State, hotel and real estate via Uhuru Real Estate, Abuja, Enugu, and Lagos. Please welcome Mr. Adote Rock. Adote, please show your face. All right, our next panelist is Dr. Nena Ifeanyi Ajufo, a senior lecturer of law and technology at Hillary Rodham Clinton School of Law, Swansea University. Dr. Nena Ifeanyi Ajufo is a Nigerian lawyer and academic specializing in law and technology. She's a senior lecturer of law and technology at the Hillary Rodham Clinton School of Law, Swansea University, United Kingdom. She holds a bachelor's degree in law, a master's of law and international information technology law, and a doctor of law degree, LLD, in international law. She attended and graduated from Nigerian Law School in 2006 and was called to the Nigerian bar. She also holds a postgraduate certificate in international academic practice and recently completed a master's degree in African studies. She has attended various courses and academic credits, including courses offered by the University of Salzburg, World Intellectual Property Organization, and the World Trade Organization. Nena presently serves as the Vice Chair of the African Union Cyber Security Experts Group, and she's also a Senior Research Fellow at the African Center for International Criminal Justice. And she has written for a wide range of academic journals and media publications in the area of cyber law, cyber crime, digital rights, and international law. Please welcome Dr. Nena Ifeanyi Ajufo. Welcome, Nena. Our fourth panelist, not in any way the least, is Engineer Salisu Kaka, a Deputy Director, E-Government Development at Regulation at the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA. He was head of unit for Information Technology Infrastructure Solutions, and his area of competence includes IT project design and project management. He is a certified blockchain professional, certified COVID-5 assessor, and knowledgeable in information security. He is currently a PhD scholar, and his research interest is on blockchain technology at the Walden University, USA. Please welcome Engineer Salisu Kaka. We'll try to manage time. We have 90 minutes, so we will spend the first 60 minutes with the panel discussing, and thereafter I'll open the floor to questions and contributions. I request participants to please keep their system muted when they are not talking. If you wish to participate, do kindly raise up your hand. I implore everyone to stay within the time limit set by the moderator. I would try not to interrupt anybody, but I will also plead that if I give 5 minutes, make your intervention 3 minutes. And if I give 10 minutes, make it 8 minutes, so that if there are spills, we can all accommodate that. On that note, I would first invite Engineer Salisu Kaka to take us on a 8-10 minute exposition. What really is cybersecurity and trust, and how do we build trust in cyberspace? Engineer Kaka, please. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunday Folayon, and members of this discussion forums. I greet you by saying good afternoon, and it's my pleasure to present to you my thoughts over the topics given around the cybersecurity, and in particular, I'll be talking about building a national trust ecosystem. I don't know if the host will help me share my slide. I find it challenge sharing my slide from this my end. Moderator, you have a copy of my slide. Can you help me share it? Hello.
I think you should share your slide yourself so you can change it, please. If you can.
I'm getting challenge sharing it. That's why I requested that. I've been trying since maybe my system is not allowing me to do that.
Okay, can you turn off your video? Looks like there's a bit of bandwidth challenge from your end.
Okay, I did.
Okay.
I think you can share your slide now. We just made you a co-host that gives you the ability to share your slide.
Okay.
And then you can still activate your video same way if you want, if there is no bandwidth issue.
Okay, that's great.
Engineer Kaka, are you there?
Sir? Yeah, I'm there. I'm struggling to see if I can share the slides.
Okay.
Still, I'm having challenge in that, honestly.
You still have challenges sharing it?
Yes, sir.
May I request Secretariat to please share the slide?
Please.
Secretariat, can you help share the slide?
Well, they're attempting to share the slides.
Unfortunately, we didn't receive the slides. So if you could please.
Okay, can you give me a few minutes? Kaka, if you can speak on, I would walk here to share the slide from my end there. So go ahead, Kaka, and do your introductory remarks before you are done.
As I was introduced, my name is Engineer Salus Kaka. I work with National Information Technology Development Agency. I am with e-government regulations department and a member of Nigerian Internet Governance Forum multi-advisory group. I am to speak to you this afternoon on the topics building a national trust ecosystem. And as you can clearly recall, the themes or the main themes of the syndicate is about cybersecurity. And of course, cybersecurity is an activity that is bordered around establishing trust for people to feel comfortable while they are online surfing the net. So mechanism of building the national trust ecosystems cannot be overemphasized, as it is a process that will guarantee safety and protections of anybody that happens to be on the internet space. I'm making a presentation to you with few number of slides, and I will quickly run through the slides and make sure I'll finish within the stipulated time. The presentation of my outline that I will attempt to define what is trust, what are the role of trust, what are the security models, what are the trust requirements, then trust infrastructure. I'll venture into public key infrastructure concept and its components, then data management and its concepts, then try to give you an overview of Nigerian trust ecosystem landscape and what are the benefits of the national digital trust. What will be the strategy to be needed to establish this national trust, and what will be the way forward and some conclusion at the end. Can I go ahead? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. I'm still having challenges loading the slide too. I think my computer doesn't like the color, but please go ahead.
Well, they're struggling to share the slides. Sorry, apology with that. Trust is a term in the business parlance that can easily be defined as a person's belief that another person or institutions will act consistently with their expectations of positive behavior. This is a simple definition of trust as defined in the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development in one of their reports issued out in 2017. By this definition, it means trust can be referred to as a three-party fiduciary relationship that has a settlor who is the trustor, and we have a protector who is to be given protections based on that trust arrangement, and we have the beneficiary who is acting as a third party in that trust relationship. Trust, as an institutional terminology, it can be described as a very wide range of institutions whereby we have a private trust in the form of a legal structure that holds and makes decisions about assets, such as property on investments, and it involves this participation of these three fiduciary characters as mentioned earlier, the trustor, the trustees, and the beneficiary. If we expand it within the public domain, we have a public trust in the field of organizations like educational institutions and the natural sciences with the duty to provide a public benefit through a communal engagement. Under these presentations, we are going to be seeing or defining trust in the context of the topics, and particularly looking at the technology aspect on how trust can be established in a form of a security model which can guarantee safety and privacy of the engagement of the parties involved in ensuring that safety is provided under digital or electronics transaction. Basis of trust. How is trust formed? Trust unarguably has to be formed on a certain basis. And these bases are around some form of identities. Based on these identities, we can say we have a simple trust, which is called direct trust, which is based on interpersonal relationships of individuals. And this form of trust largely doesn't go beyond one or two people, and is not really guided by any form of written policy or documentation, but other than just personal dispositions as you have on individual, plus its own character and its own antecedent. This form of trust, it can only stand the minimum number of participants. So as the number grows higher, likelihood is that this trust will break, because if it is more than two people, we're talking about society or talking about community, so it may not easily be obtainable to establish that equal trust without the involvement of third party. So this advancement in terms of composition of participants who would quest for trust in establishing a relationship is what is leading to a third party trust. Under this third party trust, it's being guided by having a systems that control establishment of this trust. And these systems can be either a national trust, which will require the involvement of both the direct trust and the third party trust. Sorry, my slide is still yet to be shared. Apology for that. A trust is established to meet some certain norms or some certain values. And these values are generally three informs. There's an issue of legitimacy, there's issue of effectiveness, there's issue of transparency. Legitimacy in the sense that whatever being put at trust, or the items or things that brings the need for establishing a trust is such that it is legitimate and it is lawful. It may be guided or shall be guided by the laws and regulations guiding the conduct of those trusted entities. And it has to be effective. Effective in the sense that it has to serve the purpose for which it has been entered into. Without that effectiveness, the essence has been defeated, and the relationship or the trust that is established between that is said not to be effective or invalid or ineffective. Then it also has to be transparent. Transparent in the sense that you enter into agreement with somebody and you go to sleep with full conviction that whatever is put and agreed upon is as good as being done. You are not leaving that place with any iota of doubt. So when the three entities are put together and they integrate among themselves, then we can say we have a trust system that is established. This trust, it has its own determinants. And again, by Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, in their report in 2018, they outlined three main determinants that could influence trust. This trust can either be direct trust, which involves only one or two people, or an indirect trust that may require involvement of the third party, a society, an organization, or institutional trust. And these three are, the first is individual's characteristics, the personal characteristics, which include preference, expectations, and socioeconomic background of the parties involved. Two, institutional environment where individual acts. These are the laws and regulations that dictate or guide the involvement of those parties for a lawful activity, which is guided or backed by law or by regulations or any guidelines. Then that also the societal and community context, because the society is formed by a group of individuals. So they either form a trust by direct relationship or they form a trust in a third party relationship, which is the type of trust obtainable in a societal form. Concept of framework of trust determinants. This trust has to be developed or is largely being developed around a certain concept. And this concept is either individual or societal factor or institutional factor. The individual concept, which from the direct trust mentioned earlier, are the social preferences of the people involved or the party involved, and what are their expectations in entering into that trust systems? What are the socio-economic background, which influence their thinkings, influence their reliance and their confidence both upon one another? And what are the values of entering into that trust agreement? This is in the individual perspective. At the society level, we're looking at what are the community's requirements, what is their diversity, and how advanced are they in terms of globalization, economic globalization, and digitization. These indices combine to influence formation of trust at societal level. So also at the institutional level, governance is a major importer or major influencer of trust. How government is effective, that can win the interest and confidence of its citizens and ensure that, yes, it can represent them or it can act on their behalf based on trust, based on their own performance, based on the competency of that government, and also the values of the government it is projecting or advancing to protect. Before we can form a trust, we have to first ask ourselves, what are we even trying to protect is entering into this trust? Why do I need to trust this thing? What is at risk that it warrants me to have that confidence that, yes, I'm comfortable to enter into this trust with you? Largely, the transactional activity there is around information, which within this ambit, we take this information to be like a data that we are processing. It is this data that a trust systems or a trust security model will try to protect, so that whatever this data is made use of, it is such that can guarantee the integrity of the student's information when you are talking, for example, about institutional trust where third-party involvement may be needed. How is the integrity of personal information of the students, things like biometric, things like credit details, and information like that. How are they protected? Then why are we even doing these protections? This protection is there to ensure that integrity of this information of individuals whose information or whose data are being processed in doing transactions in one way or the other, the integrity is maintained. And it should be maintained to the entire duration of the time where this engagement or this trust that is established between these parties lasts. So its lifespan should last longer than the engagement also lasts. When do we do this protection? It requires to be an end-to-end protection, right from the beginning of striking a deal up to the conclusion until the result is obtained. And at a national level, it will be a lifespan activity that a government ought to have provided to its own citizens, and so that at least it builds the confidence of the citizens and ensure that the confidence trust is being earned by the government. Trust is also built around different sorts of technologies. We have like ID and password. You can use it.
Engineer Kaka, you should be planning to round up in 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes, wow.
You should be planning to round up in 2 minutes, please. You have done 16 minutes already.
Wow. Okay, trust, let me rush to the slides. Trust, we have 4 trust requirements: issue of identity and authentication, issue of privacy, issue of integrity, no repudiation, and in all the models of technology deployed, IDPs, OTP, PKI, public key infrastructure is the technology that is convinced to offer that trust at all these 4 trust items requirement. So let me rush down. We're talking about public key infrastructure. Public infrastructure is all about having a symmetric key pair where you have certificate that you use to enter transactions, and you have your private and public key where you use to encrypt your information. You do your transaction in a secured platform, and this certification is being issued in a concept of a PKI model. It is normally a hierarchy in nature where we have the risk certification authority at the top, then we have certification authority, registration authority, and other components of PKI infrastructure like certificate policy statement, certificate practice statement, certification revocation list. All these are policies that guide activities of practices within PKI ecosystems. Trust is ensured through having a dedicated certification and having public and private key pair, which are largely under your control, and you use it in a secured way under the guide of this CPS and CP policy document. I'm rushing through the issue of data governance there. How is data being managed and maintained? How data is being processed? Those are the activities that surely guarantee trust in a third-party arrangement. The current aspect of Nigerian trust ecosystems is a little scary because there's poor data governance. We don't have functional national digital trust anchor. We have weak security policy and citizens' privacy drive. There's corruption. There's poor and non-equitable availability of internet access, like broadband across all landscape. And there's poor financing by governments in terms of establishing digital trust. There are so many benefits of trust listed there. Maybe when you see my slide, you can read about them. Let me rush through because of time. But it's all issue around trying to establish a tolerable life where students can feel secured, becomes more enlightened, and develop or form a smart society where the new and emerging technologies can be exploited and establish services, proliferation of businesses, and other activities that can lead to growth and economic development of the nation in a very secure and convincing environment. This trust, I try to define, we need a strategy to establish this trust. And that strategy should be developed in collaboration with the stakeholders who are related to data generation and collections, who are good in technological solutions and algorithm development, so that data analytics and new business models can be established. This strategy should be geared toward operationalizing global ecosystems through a step-by-step approach, which can identify short-term wins and long-term modalities for national growth. I try to bring way forward there, try to bring some 5 points here. let's identify what are the actionable policies that need to impact on these trust ecosystems. What are the gaps that are existing that can be democratized and allow ease of access of this information? And what are the public goods that we need to identify and promote so that confidence of people can be improved and developed, and establish a sustainable trust ecosystem that can leverage on private sector driven. We have national data privacy regulations designed by NIDA and the country. We should try to enrich these NDPR policies to ensure that at least we take maximum benefit of these. At individual level, we should be able to decide if and when data should be used, how it's going to be used, who should use it, and for what purpose. Let me conclude by saying that digital trust has tremendous potentials to be used as a powerful resources for national good. However, this will only happen if governments, the private sector, the academic students, and the general stakeholders alike, they work together to match policy needs with actions, data streams, technology solutions, and bring or exploit, make use of the technology expertise that is available. It is time for stakeholders in all domains to unite in building an effective national trust ecosystem of infrastructure and data algorithm and insight in order to provide actionable evidence on the state of the economy and interact effectively so that collectively the society can be governed effectively with the inclusion of all of us. Trust is what can only underpin the envisaged digital economic transformation that we're all yearning for. Thank you for listening, and apology for not being able to share the slide. I will make it available to the Secretariat for further reading. Thank you for listening, and I wait for your questions, comments, and observation. Thank you. Thank you, moderator. I'm done.
Thank you very much,
Hello.
Engineer Kaka. Let me apologize that I had to just push a bit. Interestingly, you may not know, you started at exactly 1:15 and it is 1:38 now. So you actually had spoken for 22 minutes, though I gave you 12 minutes. But we'll make up for it. We'll cover. I think you have done quite a lot of foundational work, and it is very symbolic. It will also help the other presenters look at things from a different perspective. So I would want to invite Dr. Nena Ifeanyi Ejiofor to look at international mistrust and profiling. How do we tackle the profiling of Nigerians in relation to cybercrime? Nena, are you there? You have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've shared my screen and I hope everyone can see the screen as well.
It's quite visible. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yes. So this afternoon, I'll be discussing cybercrime, international mistrust and profiling, and how to tackle the profiling of Nigerians in relation to cybercrime. Now, thankfully, Engineer Kaka has laid a very good background and information in relation to this discussion as well, and that would help relating back to what I want to discuss. Now, first of all, I want to give a brief background in relation to why it is that if you like, we have this international mistrust and why it is going on. Now, cyber criminals, or if you like, cyber criminality is increasingly becoming a fem term, which is attached to the general image of Nigeria and Nigerians, if you like. Now, this unfortunate generalization, especially in the media, and internationally has had a far-reaching negative impact on the overall image of Nigeria as a nation. It has become the prism with which most Nigerians are viewed and judged globally. Even in the international circle, in relation to how Nigeria is viewed, we always come at the forefront when you discuss cybercrime. Now, I particularly said to myself that today I'm not going to discuss any statistics. I'm not going to share any statistics to say this is where Nigeria is ranked in terms of cybercrime, because I have my personal opinions about statistics. I generally feel that the statistics in relation to cybercrime in Nigeria is skewed, is flawed, particularly because these statistics tend to come from the West without a thorough consideration of the peculiar circumstances of Nigeria.
You are very correct.
At times, the statistics or the league table is very limited. It makes an incomplete representation, and it's mostly reached by foreign media presentations and political discourse. At times, I tend to argue that these statistics are projected based on the fact that we are so populated. A lot of migration in Nigeria is going on, and sometimes I tend to think they are biased in terms of prejudice. So I would not go into statistics, but then that does not take away the fact that we know that generally there is this profiling and image, if you like, negative image in relation to Nigerians. Now, this brings me to touch on a re-evaluation of what cybercrime is. Unfortunately, when you discuss the term cybercrime in Nigeria, the general focus is extended to just cyber fraud. And that is what Nigerians are being limited with in terms of the image, cyber fraud. And once it's not cyber fraud, it's as if nothing else exists. So I want to say that we need to first evaluate what we mean by cybercrime. And cybercrime encompasses a wide range of crimes other than cyber fraud. These online crimes include hacking, cyber stalking, cyber hate speech, cyber defamation, cyber espionage. Because of time, I wouldn't go into explaining all of this. Cyber terrorism, child pornography, which is going on every day in Nigeria. There's hardly a discussion about this. Cyber extortion, identity theft, revenge porn, cyberbullying, and so many other issues. They're all going on in Nigeria. We know we are usually on the news, the FBI talking about Nigeria all the time. We know very well what happened in July of this year in terms of Hush Puppy and the FBI and the Dubai extradition as well. But unfortunately, or fortunately, the country has no significant record of other forms of cybercrime, such as cyber stalking, cyber espionage, which is found predominantly in other Western nations. Now, the key point in terms of cybercrime in relation to Nigeria tends to be misleading, because then the reason why our reputation is called into question is essentially just fraud. We are not being called into question because of other kinds of cybercrime, but essentially just the cyber fraud. But that nonetheless, that is why we are having this conversation, because it must be buttressed that whether it's for other cybercrimes or only for cyber fraud, we still have to address the issue, because internationally, Nigeria has been ranked very high in the statistical hierarchy of cybercrime. I approached this discussion from a socio-legal perspective, if you like, because I thought to say we tend to focus so much on the legal and regulatory framework of addressing societal problems, and then we tend to divorce a people-centered approach. The problem with the image of cybercrime in relation to Nigeria is, for me, best addressed when we begin to consider the social dynamics of cybercrime, and that would help us address the profiling and the image changing in relation to the situation. So it is important to investigate the social dynamics of the cybercrime phenomenon in Nigeria. And that is why I would like that we discuss what the causes of cybercrime would be in Nigeria, or is in Nigeria. The first thing I identified, which we all know, is the question of urbanization. The fact that there's usually a lot of migration from the rural areas to the urban areas in Nigeria. and then the excess in population and the fact that people strive, the general populace strive to meet up to expectations and be able to enjoy economical benefits and other lucrative ventures. Now, this urbanization is not just limited in terms to the situation in Nigeria, and also the fact that there's so much migration going on in Nigeria. People are leaving for Western nations, people are leaving for all parts of the world. If you go to Ghana, the general image as well is that most Nigerians you see in Ghana are generally cyber criminals. So there is a mass movement of Nigerians from rural areas to urban areas and as well as outside of Nigeria. This is followed by the unemployment rate. The government, please permit me to be as sincere as I want to be, the government has not given the Nigerian youths a choice. There is no alternative because of the widespread of unemployment. And so this has generated a lot to the increase in cybercrime. Now, a lack of awareness is also an issue. Nigerians tend to exude this desire to exhibit so much, materialistic gain. The income inequality in Nigeria is glaring. And then people are beginning to see cyber criminal activity as a source of livelihood. I had a public engagement once on prosecuting crime in the digital age. And I remember too well vividly, one of the participants said, as long as the youths are not carrying guns, all they are doing is sit in front of the computer, they are not harming anyone. That the harm is when people begin to kill people or carry guns. So the general populace will tend to think that cybercrime, activities related to crime in the internet are not criminal. People generally tend to think they are helping themselves. And of course, this is also added to by the general poverty issues in Nigeria. I would also add the weak implementation of cybercrime laws in Nigeria. We have these laws in existence. We have policies in existence. The government has made so much effort. But unfortunately, even if you draft laws in the most draconian terms, if these laws are not implemented, if these laws are not enforced, they're as good as no laws. And then the lack of well-equipped and sophisticated hardware to even track down crime, to measure crime, is also a challenge. And of course, so many other cultural reasons I can't go into because of time as well. Now, the crux of this presentation is how do we tackle the profiling of Nigerians in relation to cybercrime? Now, if I was lecturing at this point, I would want to share opinions, but unfortunately, it is not a forum to do that. So it is something I want us to think about generally as Nigerians, because it is for all sectors of society, for all levels of society, not for the government alone. Indeed, Nigeria must save her face.
Did we lose Nena? Can any other person hear me? Sound check.
I'm here.
Can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me as well?
We can hear you.
Yeah, and then now you are loud and clear at my end.
So can I go on?
Yes, you can go on.
So indeed, as I was saying, Nigeria must save her face regarding cyber crimes, and simply instituting deterrence, legal mechanisms may contribute positively. However, we will still remain at the bottom in terms of statistics and international relations. Now, the question I tend to ask, which I've also asked on the slide, is, do we think that prosecution of cybercrime in Nigeria is a myth or a reality? Because if we can answer that question, then the ripple effect is we are able to tackle the profiling of Nigeria in relation to cybercrime. So assessment of this question will entail an objective analysis of the sources and channels through which cybercrimes are perpetrated. And like I said, a socio-legal approach. We have the regulatory bit on one hand, we must look at the social dynamics. I will start by saying that we generally regard ourselves as the giant of Africa. Unfortunately, Nigeria is yet to ratify the Malabo Convention. I'm a member of the African Union Cybersecurity Experts Group. And to me, at times, I weigh the fact that Nigeria, of all countries, has not bothered to ratify the Malabo Convention. Why is it necessary that we ratify the Malabo Convention? Because the cyberspace is not limited to any geographically proximate location. We cannot fight cybercrime alone in Nigeria. We will need regional cooperation, digital cooperation, just like the EU. The EU has promulgated the Budapest Convention. As well, Nigeria is yet to take steps in the ratification of that convention as well. And so how will anyone take us seriously if the statistics emanating from Nigeria is that high, and then we are not ratifying cybersecurity and cybercrime conventions? So it tends to be an exercise in futility if we say we curb cybercrime internally, but externally, the image out there is that we've not even made efforts, both regionally and internationally, in terms of addressing issue. And that takes me to prioritization. Unfortunately, I believe, now this is my opinion as well, the Nigerian government is yet to prioritize cybercrime. We're so focused on curbing fraud, cyber fraud. We've made good strides in that, but I do not see the efforts in prioritizing cybercrime as a whole, because if we were, we would also ratify most of these conventions and address certain policies. Of course, Nigeria is riddled with socio-economic problems, just like other African countries. You have poverty and all that and other economic issues going on, but the new age, we are in a digital age, and if we do not care about the digital age, the digital age will care about us, and the impact will become negative. And that is why I would also ask whether the EFCC is enough. There is a Cybercrime Advisory Council, which emanated as a result of the Cybercrime Act. In 2018, Nigeria tied a partnership with the Global Action Against Cybercrime. I want us, it's important that we set up a parastatal, maybe similar to the EFCC as well, which is generally, I know the NIDA is there and all other agencies, but focused on cybercrime. This will help. Importantly, we must address capacity building. The Nigerian Force headquarters in Abuja have been there. It has a computer crime response unit. But then we must probably think about having a cyber policing unit in the police force, and then train policemen in cyber policing. We must also ensure progressive capacity building programs for the law enforcement agencies on cyber crimes and cybersecurity. It is embarrassing to me when I read on the news that policemen stop people on the way by virtue of their dressing, young men, people who have dreadlocks and tattoo, and then begin to check their phones. Prosecuting and policing cybercrime is well beyond stop and search on the roads, on the streets of Nigeria. We must address this importantly so that we seem like we are serious in terms of curbing cybercrime. And then international and mutual cooperation is fundamental. Nigerians are being arrested every day for cybercrime and extradited internationally outside the shores of Nigeria to face prosecution for cybercrime. Now, this is where the Cybercrime Convention comes in terms of ratification. We need to build international and mutual cooperation in that terms. Again, I'll talk about statistics, which I talked about in the beginning. Nigeria must importantly establish an institutional framework, maybe a National Cybercrime Resource Center, which is responsible for assessing and monitoring cyber criminal related activities, as well as monitoring and reporting cyber breaches and incidents. The West can no longer measure for us the extent of cyber criminal activities in Nigeria. The West must stop defining and validating the measure and extent of cybercrime in relation to Nigeria. If we can establish our own institutional framework for research, for statistical purposes, that way we can ensure that policy and mechanisms to address cybercrime is evidence-based in Nigeria. I go back to my question in the beginning, whether prosecution of cybercrime in Nigeria is a myth or reality. And the result of this is the enforcement of laws, if we must address that question. We must prosecute cybercrime, and we must seem to be prosecuting cybercrime indeed, not in terms of words, not in terms of promulgation of laws, but really in terms of implementation and enforcement. Unfortunately, Nigeria has weak laws regarding cybercrime. Unlike other criminal activities, you have armed robbery and all that. When it comes to cyber criminal activities, the laws are different. Of course, it has to be, because cyberspace is different from traditional settings. However, as I said also before, Nigeria lacks sophisticated hardwares. We need to address all this adequately. We need to build equipment, we need to sort out our set systems, intelligence, and infrastructure. We cannot be an exception to this rule. Finally, I will talk about raising awareness, public education, and enlightenment. Like I said, the term Yahoo Yahoo is prevalent in Nigeria. People don't see anything wrong with it, and a spiritual dimension has now been added to it. We tend to celebrate materialism, and so reorientation of Nigerian youth and even adults needs to happen immediately. Let's stop celebrating materialism and wealth, so much so that it is hampering our international and societal image. And then the state must perform its functions. We must perform our functions and seem to be performing our functions in terms to people. Cybercrime in Nigeria is primarily driven by economic benefit. And so cybercrime cannot be divorced from the widespread societal problems in Nigeria, including poverty, lack of amenities, unemployment, and corruption. While we focus on laws, while we focus on developing regulatory frameworks, it is important that we address the people-centered basics. This is the primary means of curbing cybercrime in Nigeria. How do we get people to understand what cybercrime is? How do we deal with the societal issues in Nigeria? These are the social dynamic aspects I was talking about earlier on. This is what international cooperation and public relations as a country would never achieve. We cannot rectify what is out there in the media. Public relations cannot change this situation. The welfare of citizens is the obligation of the state. It is the primary objective of the state to ensure that Nigerians have good source of livelihood. Nigerians are raised above a poverty level. We must give Nigerians an alternative to criminal activities. And the nature of cyberspace is allowing traditional crimes to move into cyberspace because it gives anonymity, and people are aware that Nigerians or the society will find it difficult to tackle cybercrime when it's in cyberspace or crime when it's in cyberspace. So until we give Nigerians an alternative, what is prevalent presently in terms of cyber criminal activities will remain a norm, and the international mistrust and profiling will continue. It is my hope that we get there in the near future. It is my hope that we live a better Nigeria, we actualize a better Nigeria where people are so contented with what Nigeria has given us that we do not turn to other criminal activities. Thank you so much for listening and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nana. You've done very well. There are a couple of questions I've already gotten, but we'll ask later. I would at this point want to invite Folake, if you please, to give us the regional flavor. What and how is it done at the subcontinent level? What has Nigeria gotten right? What have we not gotten right? Folake.
Thank you very much. What it is now, what we do see is that the rate of digital transformation across the world, it has happened regardless of how limited we think it may happen in some countries over other countries. This new normal has now actually opened up a multitude of conversations for us that we need to start talking about that we haven't been talking about for such a long time. Digital transformation, as a citizen on the road, my question is, how included are we in this digital transformation? So for me, included could mean in terms of access, in terms of affordability, in terms of trust. So picking up on the topic of trust, I think the question I would be asking the participants, and the question I always ask myself is, what is trust if the existing challenges in our environment cannot be resolved? Neno has touched on quite a number of them. We've got the societal issues, cultural, political, legislative, regulatory, you name it. These are all issues that actually resolve around trust. So We need to survive to thrive. So as a region that actually belongs in the global south, the ECOWAS Commission, which is a regional body for West Africa, is trying to ensure that all its 15 member states are actually trying to play on a similar level of trust within the region. So what we're trying to do is ensure our 15 member states are on the same level playing field. In terms of that, at the start of the year, only 6 countries out of our member states actually have a national cyber strategy in place. In terms of CERTs, these are computer emergency response teams, where people within a community can actually talk about incidents or report an incident. Only 6 countries, again, have CERTs. When you talk about what Nena was talking about when she alluded to cybercrime and Nigerians notoriously being known for cybercrime, how do we even gather this evidence? Digital forensic laboratories across the region, again, only 6. Moving slightly away from that, our critical infrastructure. What is it we are doing? Very few countries within the region actually have a policy in place that would actually be protecting our critical infrastructure. So what are we doing from a regional perspective? What we're trying to do is enhance the cybersecurity-ness, if there's such a word, of the region by encouraging and building resilience and robustness of the infrastructure of our member states. So what we are doing is supporting our member states to actually establish CERTs, supporting them to actually craft and develop and operationalize their national strategies, as well as developing digital laboratories. A key point that I really liked that Nena mentioned in her intervention was people-centered approach. For me, that means awareness. It also means capacity building. So what are we doing? We are also we're ensuring that the people, the stakeholders, are actually being armed and their capacity and capability are being built. And we want to do it in a sustained way. So we know from a Commission's perspective that we don't necessarily have all the resources to actually build capacity for the 300 million odd West Africans. So what we're doing is we're doing the few to many to all approach. So what we do is get a few people that we do liaise with, build their capacity and ensure on a national level that they can then go on, replicate those capacity building events and ensure it actually drills down to the man on the street. Again, we're talking about the silver surfers, we're talking about the millennials. What this COVID has actually shown us is that even the silver surfers are now the ones transferring information. I mean, the amount of information I get from my mom over WhatsApp is just unbelievable. Whether or not she knows if the information is true or not, that's a totally different story entirely. So for us, it's important that there is a coordinated approach from the region that would allow all our member states to actually think through the challenges and issues at the various national levels. We're very much in support of facilitating the South-South cooperation amongst our member states to actually promote self-resilience. It's I know cybersecurity, the issues and the activities surrounded about cybersecurity, it's actually global, but there tend to be some flavored nuances when you start going into regions. So what we try to do is say, for example, if Nigeria has done something really, really well, let's get Ghana, let's get Burkina Faso, let's get Senegal to actually talk to Nigeria and learn from them, as opposed to constantly looking forward to the global north. So we need to actually do more so that we're self-reliant. I know time is of the essence. So what I want to do is just leave us with 4 key points that I think we need to always think about. Cybersecurity indeed is a shared responsibility. But for us to actually gain trust, and trust is from all the different levels, be it government, be it private sectors, NGOs, the man on the street, it's about getting the right balance between privacy and security. So we all have a role to play. And this has been, again, highlighted by the vulnerability that we have all faced as a society during this pandemic. So 4 things I think we need to bear in mind. We need to strengthen capacity in order to be able to build our resilience. No society will survive under the premise of this digital transformation without resilience. It is also critically important that we have political will, commitment, and influence. And for us to get this, we need to actually start highlighting success stories and impacts from the region that we can share across one another. Number three, we need to strengthen our infrastructure inefficiencies. And this is not just about the communications. This is also about the energy sector. This is about the water sector. So for example, I could be on Zoom now, the technology is working fine, but if the energy sector shuts down, then there's a problem. So we need to actually plug all those holes. The last but not least, which Nena has also alluded to, is to address the gaps in legal and the regulatory frameworks that exist. So for us, from the Commission's perspective, that will be ratifying all our regional instruments, ratifying the Malabo Convention from an AU perspective, as well as also ratifying the Budapest Convention, because we must remember that all the activities to do with cyber, it's an Olympic sport. Whether we like it or not, we are all partaking in various ways. So we have to make sure we've got that international cooperation, we've got collaboration for us to able to build trust. We need to, last but not least, increase our community immunity. And I think if we do those four things that I have mentioned, we will actually see a difference. It might not be overnight, but it will happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I've tried to stick to the time slot because I know it's about 2:10. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were fantastic with sticking to time. And I'm going to give you an award for that. It's excellently done. All right. I'd like to invite the fourth panelist, not in any way the least, to please also give us his perspective from the public service perspective. How is cybersecurity practices advancing in the Nigerian public service? Mr. Adote Rock. I'd want to give you 10 minutes, please. If you can do it less, I'll be excited. Folake has done fantastic well.
Hello, team. Can you all hear me?
Yes, please. You are loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. And the entire team. So I'll be giving can enable an effective cybersecurity practices, especially in public services. First, I would like to say what is the new normal. The new normal in cybersecurity in Nigeria is that our data has been the central point of almost everything we do in Nigeria. An average Nigerian is used to the tedious task of registering for digital services, the amount of information and data they collect, and who collects this data, both the internet service providers, local internet services providers, cloud services providers. Before you can even do anything in the bank, you must register your BVN, you must use your phone, you understand? And this way, for most, giving up this information is just a necessary hurdle to overcome before they get the utility of service you want. But the big question is, few people question what happens to the data and the chances of it being stolen. And that's actually the major concern. The major concern is also resting not within private persons, but also, more importantly, government persons. You understand? Now, imagine a government, the data of key government staffs being monitored from United States or China or Sweden. How can you know? You can't know. But in this session of ours, I'll use time to quickly do a demonstration on how this occurs as we speak today, and we look at the way forward. Now, there are instances where Nigeria has been a victim of cybersecurity attack, even state-sponsored cybersecurity attacks, internally sponsored cybersecurity attacks. Amongst them include, in the election, the last election, little was it known that even Facebook automated ad approval system were fairly used to spread misinformation on fake news, to influence the voters' decision on who will become a presidential candidate in Nigeria. It was an exclusive news on Al Jazeera. People never knew that when you log onto your Facebook, what you see on those your ad screens were intentionally tailored to discredit another person. And what does this mean? There are a bevy of them. EFCC site has been hacked. NDIC, a lot of government organizations. So what does it mean? It means the data of Nigerian government personnel are important. What we see, not just on government level, in the public service level, where I've had several engagements with, but even at the private sector level is important. And how is it important? First, we don't have a robust mechanism for incident reporting. So you have a situation whereby you have been a victim of a fraudulent activity. You don't know who to report it to. This is a commonplace in Nigeria. You are being a victim of identity theft. You don't know who to escalate it to. There are several. One of the most trending situations that have been brought to our services has actually been digital identity theft. You understand? For example, if you go to Facebook, you see 10 profiles of Davido on Facebook, the popular Nigerian artist. You understand? You don't know who you're talking to. We've also seen cases where John Stavridis on the global news, where cyber criminals impersonate the profile of an American general, you understand, and clone all the information of that American general to create another pseudo account in order to lure generals of other countries to steal information, military secrets, military ideas, you understand? And this is the new normal. It's never going to change, you understand? So today, part of this speech is going to be looking at going forward, technically best practices, operationally best practices, and also the trends where we find ourselves in Nigeria when it comes to cybersecurity. Secondly, I'm going to speak on incident reporting. Incident reporting has been one of the major problems, like I mentioned earlier. For example, in a research by some business persons, was published in Vanguard, 60% of Nigerian businesses attacked between 2018 and 2019 were never reported. That's a concern. How do you report this thing? Currently, I know initiatives with NIDA. NIDA has been doing a lot. It's not just for us to say that Nigeria is not doing well when it comes to cybersecurity. Yes, there have been ample efforts in this light. You understand? NIDA is really doing a lot with the implementation of NDPR, the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, which most banks has been forced to comply, and I know they have been in compliance of them because I've had the opportunity to be part of those implementations. NCC is also doing a lot in creating incident response teams for the country. You have the NCC Incident Response Team, you have the Nigerian Computer Emergency Response Team, you have cybersecurity awareness initiatives by CBN going on squarely. Yes, many of these things need to be improved when it comes to scope, and that's a big concern. For example, one common problem in Nigeria today is that cybersecurity awareness is not localized. Localized in the sense of you see so many security awareness campaigns tailored in English, but you're selling services to people in northern Nigeria, people in the eastern part of Nigeria who don't even know how to speak English, but they are forced into technological acceptance if they want to be a modern business entity. You understand? You have to use your phone to do your online banking. So what do I mean localize? Localize those messages to them and tell them that do not share the front or back copies of your ATM card. Don't share it with a third party. You understand? So that's one effort I know that they need to put in place. But before I go much into that, let's look at the trends in cybersecurity in Nigeria. First, as at May, there was a directive from federal government for almost all institutions, database and operations to be digitized because COVID-19 brought out a very unplanned reality. Nobody knew by this time we will be having this level of problems as we had today. So government operations, for them to be, for business continuity to occur, people need to work from home. And if people need to work from home, they need to access their file systems from home. That was what led to that memo. When this happened, we found that it became clear to stakeholders, both at government and private levels, that information technology is going to be an enabler for vital business operations. Government operations are business operations. If you've not integrated IT processes into your business, you're going to have issues. You're going to be less efficient. Now you have spike in revenue automation solutions. Most state governments are automating their revenue process, FIRS, even marine operations, financial services. Now, what does that bring? When IT becomes an enabler for your vital operations, you have to look at cybersecurity, because if you don't protect the systems you store those data, trust me, third party is going to use that data and abuse that data. Just like I showed you in and the first case study when Nigerians' data were used, Nigerians were being manipulated. Also, people do not know to what
extent. Can you hear me, Mr. Rock? I'm going to interrupt you briefly.
Yes, please.
Is it okay?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So I want us to manage time. We have just 15 minutes more.
Wow.
And I want to make sure
let me go straight to the factual.
It's okay. So I want you to please go directly to the intervention. Don't bother about the background. We have all that. So specifically, what are we doing right in the civil service? What are we not doing right? What should we do? Thank you. I want you to intervene in like 5 minutes, so we'll have some time to address some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Folayo. So basically, let me, before we look at how exposed public service personnel are to cybersecurity, let me quickly put you through a demonstration we prepared ahead of this session. So in this session, we have, in this demonstration, let me share my screen. I don't know if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
DevTool devices.
Yes, thank you. So here, we try to emulate in our research labs, we try to emulate a screen. This is a Samsung screen, you're saying, never give up. So one of the main focus of this demonstration is to show you that the applications you install on your phone expose you to a bevy of threats. You understand? And for instance, it is important governments enforce compliance to certain key cybersecurity frameworks, such as NIST. Yes, we've seen other government agencies becoming compliant to ISO 27001 framework, such as NDIC. I know CBN have pursued theirs, but the approach it is being taken is from a per institution perspective. What we are saying is that there needs to be a body, a government body in charge of this, which will ensure that at both state level, at both local level, there's cybersecurity compliance for all stakeholders. So here, I'm going to run this application. And when I run this application, what would this application do? Imagine a government staff downloading applications, and they don't know that as you're using your mobile phone, foreign actors are also using it with you. So it's going to steal your SMS, it's going to steal your call logs, it has the capability of recording your voice conversations, it's going to steal your contact, it's going to share your location with third party. So we just created this Nigeria Agricultural Credits Scheme application. Now, once you launch that application, let me take a call. Let me call my phone. Now you'll see what this application is going to do, and we'll look at this email. And let's watch how exposed you can be as a government entity. Okay, it has already sent one already. Daily call logs, daily SMS notification. Can you all see it? Can you see it? Can you see this? Daily SMS notification for today, date and time. This is a message that was triggered when that application was executed. Do you understand? Now, what am I trying to demonstrate here? I'm trying to demonstrate that the applications you have on your phone can be sent to any third party without your knowledge. Your contact on your phone can be sent to any third party without your knowledge. Who you call, who you send message, even your WhatsApp conversation. For government staff, for instance, it's important you remain compliant with how to BYOD policy, you bring your own device policy. Why is it important? Technology changes. The advancement in IT brings new operational realities, you understand? If you don't have a BYOD policy, you're going to find yourself in a situation where internal government staffs are going to be coming in with their phone, accessing government networks, and China is there looking at all data you guys are doing. We've even had that case when AU head office was bombed in Ababa, Ethiopia. China built the building. Chinese routers were on when if AU leaders were having a meeting, not knowing that all what their conversations were as they were talking and deliberating on ways to move Africa forward, the Chinese were listening to this. So on public service, back to the slide. Sorry, because of time, I'm trying to skip a lot of case studies to operationally going forward, what needs to be done. So be most effective in enhancing cybersecurity. States at both state and local governments can First, partner with industries. State governments can leverage partnership with the private sector by utilizing industry expertise through the acquisition of services with high level of security and reasonable terms and conditions. You understand? Adopt industry recognized standards, such as NIST. This is one big problem when it comes to Nigerian cybersecurity in public service. The vendors who provide services for government agencies, vendor management, vendor risk compliance policies, a bevy of government organizations do not have this enshrined in their terms of services. Standardized cloud security. As we are speaking in this engagement now, you have, I mentioned that there has been a memo that has been set to digitize the entire database of all government parastatals. Where those data will be storing, what's the compliance requirements for them? How compliant, how secured are them? As of February, globally, all businesses in the world that have an online presence, SSL version 3 became obsolete. If you're using SSL version 3, you'll be exposed to portal attack. You have to move compliance level to TLS version 1.3. That's for your session security. Who is checking this for vendors providing services for government? Established an outcome-focused government structure. When it comes to structure, it will shock you that most state organizations, most government organizations do not even have a CISO. There's no role for a chief information security officer. Do you understand? We are entering an era, we are just in the pre-5G era in Nigeria. In the 4G era, we are having this bevy of attacks vectors all around. Once we go into 5G, where information can be stolen, or from insecure systems, from just a snap of the finger, what is going to be the situation there? How are you going to manage such situations? Fifthly is actively share information. I have to laud the efforts of the central bank in this. There have been so many ongoing efforts when it comes to information sharing in this, but the emphasis here is just, there have to be wide different models of sharing cyber threat information and integration centers. Definitely, they've emerged in Nigeria in recent years. You have, like I mentioned earlier, the NCC cybersecurity teams. You have the NGSET teams. You have Cybersecurity Advisory Council, that's on the legal side, you understand. But more efforts needs to be put in place to encourage these institutions to be effective. Now, the last is create a culture of awareness. I can tell you categorically that there's lack of cybersecurity awareness culture in Nigerian public services. If you're going to even make IT an enabler for your operations, cybersecurity has to be given priority to. And first, you have to ensure that security awareness is being implemented across board. Secondly, because technological acceptance is not really high in this part of the world, you understand, people are still getting used to how things are being done using your phone, using your tablets, using your systems. People don't even know how to use these things. Because of that, you have to ensure that security awareness is localized for the common Nigerian man to make it very effective. Technically must do going forward. So I've mentioned compliance to cybersecurity framework. NIST has robust models that ensure the state public service can have cybersecurity best practice enshrined in their operations. ISO 20001, 27002, like I mentioned, I'll give kudos to those government agencies. I know a bevy of them that have started pursuing their compliance requirements, but I don't think it should be a silo effort. Then sufficiently enabling Nigerian cybersecurity emergency response team and NCC. Lastly is on that point, Nigerian's National Cybersecurity Center. This is something the Expert Association, Cybersecurity Expert Association of Nigeria has been clamoring for years.
Mr. Rock, I must act now. You have ate another 4 minutes of my time.
Sorry, this was the last place. This was the last page. So we need a Nigerian National Cybersecurity Center. It's very, very important.
Now. We have less than 6 minutes remaining. And
okay,
I'll be
concluding right away. I'll be concluding right away. Then another major point here is the government needs to sufficiently invest in Nigerian cyber offense and defensive capabilities. I kept offense there intentionally. You understand? To shock you to know that you can't defend what you don't know happened. You need to have your offensive capabilities, because the battles now we are having in the world today are not being fought with your tanks. They are being fought with your keyboard. You understand? You have to sufficiently invest in enabling those youths, those Nigerian population, the young minds, the bright minds. And it's going to be a challenge. Why is it going to be a challenge to me? It's going to be a challenge because of Canada is taking a lot of Nigerians. Europe is taking a lot of bright Nigerians. But this is something the government needs to look into. Lastly, it's going to be broadening the scope of National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which was initiated by Nigerian Communication Commission. That will be next month. It has why did I mention broaden? Ensure that these cybersecurity awareness engagements cut across all stakeholders, not just government, not just the public service, but even private citizens, because data is the new oil. Thank you, Tim, for the opportunity. Thank you, Nira. Hello, so I'll be open to questions, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rock, for forgiving me for barging in on you. But we have very little time remaining, and it's my job to manage time. So we have a couple of questions. I want to quickly take them. I would request panelists to make it yes or no, or something better than yes or no. The first, I would ask Engineer Kaka to take that question. What is the challenge of establishing a national trust anchor? Is it that NIDA cannot do it, or NIDA is not being allowed to do it? Yes or no?
Thank you very much, moderator. I am happy to announce to you that a lot has been done by NIDA in an effort to establish the Root Certification Authority, which will serve as the national trust anchor. The project has been awarded for long and is at the last phase of deployment. The trust anchor has to be put in place before all other components of the ecosystem to come on board. So
it is work in progress.
All things being equal, before the year runs out, this RCA will be activated and comes live.
Thank you very much, Engineer Kaka.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My next question is going to, I'm not sure whether Nena or Folake would want to do this, or both of them, but a participant asked that the Malabo Convention has a provision for banning online lottery, and it criminalizes betting and so on. That why has Nigeria not signed up for this convention? So I would ask Folake first, then yes or no answers. Thank you.
I will give the floor actually to Nena because she's a legal representative, so she will be able to give a better answer.
Okay, Nena.
I will try to say yes or no. Thank you, Folake. Now, the problem with the non-ratification of the Convention on Malabo is not just limited to online lottery issues. There have been questions of the fact that it's a cocktail of issues, both digital evidence, data protection, and all that. But I think, not even I think, there is no convention, there is no legal document that is not possibly, that, how will I put it? There's no legal document that does not have the possibility of amendment. Now, when you ratify a convention as well, you have to domesticate it. And of course, I understand these challenges, but I just want to emphasize that it's like a drop in the ocean when you say it's just because of online lottery. That wouldn't be the issue. So I would not want to limit my answer to online lottery issue, because what we are talking about, cybersecurity and cybercrime, is far above, far beyond online lottery. So there would be other issues which for political reasons I may not want to talk about in this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. I would still ask Folake. We seem to have problems with prosecuting offenders. Why can't we prosecute cybercrime offenders in Nigeria, at least to set an example, so as to stem the tide?
What I would say is I don't think there's an issue in not prosecuting the cyber offenders. There are two ways of looking at it. Do we have the enough capacity and capability to actually go through the evidence and actually tie it to a certain criminal to say, yes, you have been caught with your hands in the kitty and you are responsible for that. So that's one angle. We need to look at the capacity. Do we also have the legal regimes in place to ensure that we can actually do that? So it's a question I will be throwing back to you. If we have the answers to those two questions that I've just posed back, then yes, Nigeria should be in a position to actually prosecute cyber criminals.
Thank you very much. This particular question would go to my very good friend, Mr. Rock. So the compromises, like what you demonstrated, is in the application being run on the phone. What can the end user do beyond not installing? I mean, every malicious software, every software can be malicious in action. What options has the end user in this regard? Mr. Rock, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sunday. So in response to that, first, ensure you don't download third-party applications from unverified sources. These days, once an application is not from the Play Store, why is it so? Because for you to upload applications into any of the global Play Stores, Apple or...
Please make your answer yes or no. It's getting long already.
You need some level of analysis for this. That's why. But for example, what we demonstrated for you is just an issue. An application inherits the permission to steal your contact by default. So once you're installing an application, even what concerns a Bible application with your contact, deny that access. Those are the new normal. That's what I'm trying to say. So first, you need to ensure that you don't download malicious applications outside the Play Stores. Two, you need to ensure that you restrict the permissions applications on your phone have to your data, your contact, your SMS. Thank you, and others. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the day is fast spent. I am going to request the organizers to please leave the chat room open for another 15 minutes. If you have time, please go through the chat. There's a lot of questions and discussions going on, and I want to salute the dexterity of the panelists. As they were talking, they were also engaging people in the chat session. This is very good and quite appreciated. Right, my lot at this point in time, as I begged for, is to allow this run till 2:35. That obviously gives me just 2-3 minutes to do a vote of thanks. So I would first want to appreciate this afternoon, the very detailed and tone-setting presentation by Engineer Salisu Kaka. We appreciate the time you put into it, the verb with which you delivered it, and the insight we have gained this afternoon. Engineer Kaka, we are grateful. I also want to appreciate Ms. Folake Olagunju for a very insightful intervention, very, very concise, straight to the point, and hitting at the heart of matters. Madam, we appreciate your intervention this afternoon. And our dear Dr. Nenna Ifeanyi Ajufo, I'm always afraid of lawyers. They would make you feel that it's all very easy until you realize that it's not as easy as it sounds. Thank you very much for your insight this afternoon. Thank you very much because you have added quite a lot of flavor. We will try very much to go over the video and digest the presentation. And for my friend, Mr. Adote Rock, I know we could have done this for 4 hours and there'll be no dulling with you, but forgive me this afternoon, especially for wielding my big stick. The problem when you make people like me moderators is that we end up moderating. So pardon me this afternoon. I wanted to stay within the allotted time. And for the secretariat staff, we appreciate, especially the rapporteurs. I'll ask that we ensure that everybody who registered for this breakout session do receive by email a link to the video so they can download and watch. And as I said, please keep the session running for another 5-10 minutes so that we can engage more by chat. And for virtual NIGF 2020, this has been a very successful session, and it's happened with the cooperation and contribution of each and every one of you. Mungo de Suse, Eshe Adupe Imala Fela Fala. You all have a nice day, and let interactions continue on the chat screen. Thank you very much.
We will take us down and build our land in faith to defend what is ours. Here we are as a people with one heart for one cause. We're determined to rebuild and restore. Where freedom reigns and truth prevails. Our land where there's hope for us all. Where there's hope for us all. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend.
up all the breakout sessions. And it's time now to invite the person who will moderate for us and round up and wrap up all the activities of today. The chairman of the event, Mrs. Udego. Is she here? Mrs. Udego, are you around? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am not the chairperson of the event, but I am here to do the wrap-up. I'm online. So good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Do permit that I communicate via established protocols that were established earlier on in the day. My name is Edith Udagu, the Executive Secretary of the Nigeria Internet Registration Association. We will all agree, as stated earlier, that this has been very eventful, very exciting, and we've thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. So the wrap-up for this virtual NIGF, which held 23rd and 24th September, we had very good participation with varying audience. We were honored today by the presence of the Honorable Minister of Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, FNCS, FBCS, FIIM. Equally, we had the EVC of NCC, Professor Umar Garba Dampata, other government officials, and people from the private sector. And we had wonderful speakers and moderators, and of course, the wonderful audience for this 2 days event. So online today, we had over 168 people and 30 people physically in the at the physical hub center there in Abuja, while in Lagos, we had about 10 people there. So for this wrap-up session, we will start with the pre-events which held yesterday. The pre-events were the Nigeria Youth IGF and the Women IGF. And then we'll move over to the plenary session and then the 4 breakout sessions. So for the Nigeria Youth IGF, I would like to call on Ufa, the coordinator of the Nigeria Youth IGF, to please give us a report of the proceedings that took place yesterday. Ufa, thank you. Over to you. Oh, let me just say that we have about 40 minutes for this. So Ufa, will please request that you spend maximum of about 7 minutes giving us a report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for giving us this time to talk. My name is Ufa. I am the coordinator of the Nigerian Youth IGF, and I'm talking to you today from Lagos, Nigeria. Before I go into giving the outcomes of our conversations in our youth event yesterday, I would just like to give a special appreciation to the NIGF for their support to youth in having this event. It's very hard to have the conversation about young people and internet governance without, it's very hard to have a conversation about the digital economy without discussing the plan for young people. So if I may read about our event, our event was in 2 phases. We had an introductory webinar on the 16th of September, which was a 1-hour event and featured 2 topics, 2 introductory topics to prepare the youth to participate. And then for our main event, we had 4 subtopics. We had 4 subtopics which were stemmed from our community input. The overall theme for our event was shaping a resilient internet for societal sustainability. In our we had 1 high-level panel discussion which featured 3 global experts and 4 moderators for each of the sessions, and a total of 8 speakers. The main event featured a total of 136 participants online, and for the pre-event, we had 54 participants. So if I may read our recommendations from the youth recommendations for the first session, session 1, titled Building Capacity of the Nigerian Youth in Web Literacy and ICT Skills in the Era of COVID-19. Recommendations:
We need to build communities online and offline where people can connect to learn. There is need to provide alternate means of learning using offline content strategy. For this, there needs to exist strong collaboration between public and private sectors. There is a need to build the capacity of public school teachers, which would help them to relate with the students better on ICT. For session 2, role of Nigerian youth in the global internet economy. Our youth recommendations are: the youth should be educated on the proper use of the internet and social media. Government should empower the youth so as to engage them in more meaningful and constructive activities. We should have adequate and effective online child protection laws. The Nigerian youth should be more involved in the internet economy discussion, and we need to understand the technology trend. For session 3, impact of connectivity on e-businesses and e-commerce in Nigeria, our youth recommendations are: stakeholders should adopt innovative approach. Stakeholders should adopt an innovative approach in doing business in the Nigerian environment. There is need for youth to leverage on the existing platform for business promotion. A call to the technical community to create the escrow platform to ease business delivery in Nigeria in addressing trust. For session 4, cybersecurity and cybercrime, enabling a secure and sustainable internet for all. Recommendations from youth. Nigerian youth need more role models for expected behaviors in cyberspace. They should be made aware of the do's and do nots of the internet. Internet users should make a conscious effort to establish a strong defense to accessing personal devices. Internet users should engage themselves in capacity building workshops to develop their basic cybersecurity awareness. Internet stakeholders should create strong regulations and laws that support the use of biometric identity in Nigeria. And for our next steps, as in this event, we shall publish the full report and our outcomes, which will be made publicly available to all members of this community and our youth community. We engage all of our stakeholders to please support us and help us and to engage us in ways to promote the inclusion of young people in internet governance in Nigeria. And thank you for listening to us. Thank you for giving us this space, and special thanks once again to the NIGF for trusting us and giving us a space for us to share our opinions and our youth recommendations. And thank you very much.
Thank you. We're most grateful to the youth. We're grateful to you. And it is very, very clear to us that the youth are actually ready to take over, which is quite encouraging, because as you can see, some of us have been quite long in this space, and we need to hand over to the younger ones. So we're very pleased that you are ready to take over the battle from us. Thank you, and well done. Now, for the other pre-event, which pre-main event, which took place yesterday, which is actually the women in IGF, we have Mrs. Miriam Haruna from the Center for Information Technology and Development, CITA, to give us a report from the pre-event. And as we all know, since it is the women IGF, it was quite interesting and very engaging yesterday. So Mrs. Haruna, are you here? Hello. Miriam, are you available? Okay, if Miriam is not available, then we will go on and take the reports from the plenary session. Barrister Edet, are you available to help us with the reports? I do know Barrister Edet was logged on earlier on. Okay. If he's not available for the report, we could go ahead and take the reports from the sessions. Oh, you're here. Welcome, Barrister Edet. Welcome. Thank you. Over to you now.
Thank you very much, Edith. Our session was the panelist group for the plenary, which actually discussed the main theme of the NIGF, or virtual NIGF 2020. We had 3 members of our panel available. the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. We had Funke Okweke of Main 1, and then we also had Tolu from the President's Office. And the essence of, or the theme of the discussion was to try and see how we can address issues with inclusive development as far as digital economy is concerned. The Permanent Secretary, in his remarks, made mention of the efforts that the government has made, especially the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, in order to provide a guide or a framework long before the issues of COVID made it very, very important on how to actually coordinate digital economy development in Nigeria. Of course, he talked about the digital economy policy and the focus of the policy, soft infrastructure, and all the necessary things that have been put in place. He also mentioned that one of the key focus was stakeholder coordination, contribution to the improvement of digital economy in Nigeria. Funke Okweke talked about the role of private sector in ensuring inclusiveness in digital economic development. She mentioned the infrastructure that has been put in place, specifically by Nigerian companies. She also talked about all the other issues that has to do with confidence in the Nigerian economy, especially, she also recognized the efforts of government, but noted that a lot still has to be done, especially in the minor areas of ensuring that all this structure put in place by government is adequately used and is used to implement the decisions that have been made by government, especially through the policy. We also had Tolu, who also discussed on the innovativeness of small businesses in Nigeria using information technology, and also encouraged the government to continue to provide these facilities and make them available for anyone that needs to use them, to also foster their local businesses. The main focus of his intervention had to do with small and medium enterprises. We took some questions online, which actually focused on the right-of-way, fiber optic, and the capacity of Nigerian companies, especially in the area of data sovereignty. And in response to some of the questions, Funke Okweke also noted that we have capacity locally to implement data sovereignty, and that government should encourage local companies to deal with issues surrounding our local data and ensuring that they are not hosted outside of the country. In summary, the panel generally came to the conclusion that yes, there are initiatives and there are also activities that has actually encouraged inclusiveness in digital economic development. But however, there are certain other steps that need to be taken. There are other issues that need to be addressed in terms of identity. The digital divide has not yet been conquered, and so more efforts need to be put in place to ensure that we attain the level which we have projected in our various policies and strategies. So in a nutshell, that's a report of the plenary session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barrister Emmanuel Edet. As usual, job well done. Thank you. Thank you so much. If we have Mrs. Haruna available, she will give us the report on the outcome from the Women IGF that held yesterday. But if she is not available, we will go ahead and have the report from Dr. Dr. Hamza Salami, the sessions 1, which was on data sovereignty and monetization, and the session 2, which is cybersecurity and trust. But I must say this, that it's good to know that we're still reiterating the important fact that we need to keep our data local and protected. And we're still doing something about the digital divide when it comes to the issues of this country. So please, may I invite Dr. Hamza Salami to please give us a report from the outbreak sessions 1 and 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us in VNIGF 2020, and we hope you've been having a wonderful experience so far. So I would talk briefly on the discussions that were held in breakout sessions 1 and 2. So breakout session 1 was on data sovereignty and monetization. So our moderator was Madam Eitayo Iyotim, and we had the following panelists: Michael Olubemi, Chuks Okoriekwe, Bernard Ewa, and Titi Akinsomi. The session was on data sovereignty and monetization. So discussions focused on how to use data to obtain quantifiable economic benefits and how citizens' data are being used without their consents. So panelists also discussed the need for data subjects, that is citizens, to become aware of their rights and to be able to scrutinize the policy of usage attached to technological devices, apps, and software. Access to internet, panelists also agreed that access to internet should be seen as a fundamental right of citizens, as it is critical to the effective living of human beings nowadays. Also, the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation developed by NIDA was acknowledged as a step in the right direction. However, there is a need to establish a commission that will be responsible for implementing and enforcing the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation. In addition, discussants talked about the need for capacity building in the area of data, as it will ensure that the benefits of available data are properly harnessed. Also, there is need to create what was discussed mainly in session 1. So I would move to session 2, which was on cybersecurity and trust. The moderator was Reverend Sunday Folayong, and we had Engineer Sally Sukaka, Dr. Nnena Jufo, Folake Olagunju, and Mr. Adote Rock. So several key issues were mentioned, including the strategies for building and establishing trust on the internet, the basis and mechanisms for building such trust, and then different issues related to cyber crimes, international mistrust, and the profiling of Nigerians. The key recommendations that were made in this session include the following: that there is a strong need to develop a national strategy for the operation and financing of a data ecosystem. There is need to identify the demand for actionable, policy-relevant insights and good and public good applications. It's also important to identify data gaps and democratize access to information in order to support government policies, academic research, financial investments, citizens' action, and sustainable partnership. Emphasis must also be placed on progressive capacity development on security and cyber crimes. It's important for Nigeria to come up with an institutional framework rather than depending on the Western world. Finally, there is need to address the sophisticated hardware that is required to monitor cyber crimes. Thank you very much, and the rapporteur that will discuss what happened in the other two sessions will come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hamza Salami. Thank you very much for the report. We appreciate. Can I now call on Mrs. Elizabeth Issa? She is the lead rapporteur for the breakout sessions 3 and 4. The breakout session was on digital empowerment, while breakout session 4 was on emerging issues and technology. May we have Madam Issa online, please? Thank you. We equally have Mrs. Miriam on standby, but we will first of all discuss with get the report from Madam Issa.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be taking sessions 3 and 4 today. My name is Elizabeth Issa, as already mentioned. I might need to start from session 4 because I'm waiting for the report for session 3. And so for session 4, it was moderated by Mrs. Mary Uduma, and we had 4 panelists: Mr. Ime Asangasi, we had Ms. Nwagbu Ugochena, we had Mr. Shegun Aino, and Mr. Wale Adedokun. So Mr. Ime spoke on responsible and meaningful health tech delivery in the era of new technologies, and some of the recommendations he made that need to be tackled by government and stakeholders. Firstly is to improve infrastructure, because there are lots of infrastructure deficits in the nation. And so once that is fixed, then both government and private stakeholders can be sure of better healthcare technologies. His second recommendation was the need for standards and architecture that works. So there has to be approved standards for the country, and that way they're sure that they reach the standards expected by all stakeholders in the industry. The third recommendation was that priority needs to be put for rural areas as regards healthcare, because they don't have access to internet like those in the urban areas. He also highlighted the need for more funding from government, which is a key issue in order to overcome some of these challenges. And lastly, he mentioned the need to increase healthcare coverage, either telemedicine or physically. Next, I go to the second speaker, Ms. Uchenna Ugu. She spoke on EduTech and the future workforce. She spoke about the fact that they had introduced coding and robotics as part of their STEM program. She also highlighted the fact that children are not being exposed to artificial intelligence and robotics, which is definitely necessary for the future workforce. So she highlighted the fact that it's a challenge, especially in public schools, and so something must be done deliberately, both by government and by individuals. She stated the need for a change in curriculum as well, to enable our younger workforce compete in the global arena. So the recommendations made so far is that there's a need to reform our educational system. There's also the need to make necessary changes in the curriculum. There's the need to identify which area we expect to go for the future of our schools. She also recommended that individuals should start from the grassroots instead of waiting for government. Even if government is going to intervene, it's necessary for individuals to start their own little part, and everything works from the bottom up while government intervenes top down. The third speaker, Mr. Segun Aina, spoke on emerging technologies, and his topic is more like a question, and says, are emerging technologies driving fintech adoption in Nigeria? So to this, he highlighted some of the major challenges being faced, especially in the areas of policy and innovation. So some of the recommendations made that stakeholders need to be intentional. And in stakeholders here, he was referring to both government and all stakeholders in the industry concerning this, need to be intentional about policies, because there are some policies that exist, but they need to be updated. Then he also mentioned the fact that there's a need to develop new policies which will change the challenges being faced as regards fintech adoption in Nigeria. And there's also the need for the policies to be made available in the public domain. And I believe that's in the area of awareness of these policies once they are developed. So the fourth speaker, Mr. Wale Adedokun, spoke on issues in the emerging technologies and how ready are stakeholders in Nigeria to handle this. So some of the recommendations made were to improve customer experience while online. He stated the fact that regulators need to be a bit more lenient, and with that he meant, allow the market grow, and then, more like encourage the innovation to thrive. So not lenient in a bad way, but more of allowing the market to thrive as regards emerging technologies. And the last point was that he stated that there needs to be use of technology. In Nigeria, we need to encourage more of technology trends so that it can move things forward generally, because it is less cost effective. Okay. And I think that is all for session 4. And so I will move to session 3 now. Okay, so for session 3, it was moderated by Mr. Oluwatoba Obani, and there were 4 panelists: Mr. Olusegun Onigbinde, Madam Ufa Mode, Esimaje Michael Onosome, and Dr. Omowumi Hassan. Okay, so Mr. Olusegun spoke on using gig economy to tackle unemployment in Nigeria. And some of the key issues raised was the fact that there are lack of jobs in the country, which has led youth to, succumb to all sorts of crime. He highlighted the fact that there's a gap as regards skills. So people need to, build up their skills because it's a competitive field. He also highlighted that quality of infrastructure in the country is really hampering development of the digital economy, digital infrastructure rather. And public education needs to be prepared for the gig economy. He stated the fact that there's needs to create new spaces where there will be cross-fertilization of ideas, and also the need for active policy to transform the structure of our economy. So some of the key recommendations, he stated that there's a need to improve public education and prioritize technical skills. There is also the need to create new spaces where cross-fertilization is encouraged. There will be a need to have a deliberate policy for digital economy as regards frameworks, since we have a policy. There should be mentorship programs in regards to digital empowerment, And then the talent is competitive all over the world. Therefore, Nigeria needs to improve its skills in order to compete in the global space. He also stated that there needs to be free flow of investment to achieve this. Then the second speaker, Ms. Ufa Mode, highlighted some key issues. Okay, so the first issue is that the fact that digital empowerment has impacted life of everyone around the world because of COVID-19, and not talk of how bad it has been in Nigeria. So because of COVID-19, every sector has been forced to adopt ICT. And leading to this is the fact that there's a big divide between the developed and developing regions as regards digital life. And so there's the need for private sector to create more ICT digital economy tools, which will encourage growth. ICT should be embedded in everyday life. Like, for example, as regards birth registration, and the fact that there needs to be a clear plan for digital roadmap. She also stated the fact that digital skills policy should have a clear approach to develop a culture for ICT. Sorry. Okay, and that regulations need to be drawn up in governing digital skills and digital life as regards citizens. So the key recommendations made is the fact that there should be a clear national plan to develop skills where skill gaps have been noted. There should be sufficient access to internet resources by all citizens, whether in urban or rural areas. The digital skills workforce should acquire vast technical skills in order to build confidence, and more services that rely on digital economy need to be used by everyone in their public life, which will create a more digitally literate society. So the third speaker, Esimaje Michael Onosome, highlighted the fact that it's important to note the economic value of the internet, that youth need to rely on skills and not on their certificates. So they need to know that their jobs require more of skills, not just what they have on their certificates. He also stated the fact that livelihoods can be sustained through the internet, and so it should be encouraged as a necessary tool for everyone. He stated the fact that technology is playing a big role as regards learning. And so these days, businesses, schools, ICT software, everybody is, leaning in that area. And so internet should be used productively by all users, not just for leisure. So the key recommendation made was that we should not only be consumers of the internet, but we should be service and skills providers. And the last speaker, Dr. Omawumi Hassan, who spoke on the all-inclusive digital economy, taking Nigeria's informal sector to the internet, highlighted some issues, such as the fact that the government needs a digital economic plan, which must be robust and inclusive. And I believe that means inclusive of all stakeholders. And all aspects of social inclusion should be embedded in digital inclusion. She also highlighted the fact that gender issues should be taken into consideration, including providing necessary tools. Education is a very important digital skill, and so all curriculums need to reflect this. She highlighted the fact that all strata of society, including technicians, should be part of digital inclusion. She highlighted the fact that ICT can and will be used by all professions, no matter the depth or level they are. And so digital literacy needs to be brought to the local level, including production of digital tools. Some of the key recommendations made: there needs to be technological partnership and support amongst all stakeholders. There needs to be collaboration with state governments and federal, more collaboration, and that all genders need to be involved in the process. She highlighted the fact that there needs to be new learning approach, which should be used as regards digital skills, and the need for a budget to be allocated for digital literacy. She also stated that production of hardware and other tools should be prioritized by all stakeholders, and when innovative tools are created, they should be disseminated as widely as possible through all available mediums, not necessarily always waiting for the government to do that. And so I think, so that was the last speaker, and that wraps up that's the end of the report from both sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. We really do appreciate the work that you guys did, and we apologize for the little time you had to compile the reports. Thank you very, very much. We're grateful. We do have Mrs. Miriam Haruna available now from the Center for Information Technology and Development, CITAD. She will give us a report from the Women IGF, which held yesterday. And of course, we all know that basically all that was discussed yesterday concerned women and how to reduce the digital gap that exists. Miriam, are you available now? Hello, Miriam. I saw her on a little while ago. Maybe she needs permission to unmute her mic, guys. Hello, guys. Okay, it seems Miriam has dropped out again. So, but we should not despair. All the communique will be circulated to everyone. So we'll have the opportunity then of reading or knowing what was discussed yesterday. I do apologize that the report, oh, she's around. Miriam. Hello, Miriam. Do please unmute your mic to give us a report. Thank you. We can hear you, Miriam. Please do go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I was here ago and then my network just fluctuated, so I had to log again. Okay.
Please do go ahead. We have 7 minutes for you, please, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Okay, so yesterday during the Women IGF, we held 3 different sessions. The first was the opening remarks, which Dr. Yunusa Yau of Center for Information Technology and Development, CITAD, gave a welcoming address note. Secondly, we also have the keynote address from Professor Nike
Oshofishan.
Okay, thank you, Oshofishan, retired professor of computer science of University of Ibadan and former president, Nigeria Computer Society, and former chair, Computer Professional Registration Council of Nigeria. So we had 2 panel sessions. The first one was moderated by Mrs. Mary Uduma, the chair of the West African Internet Governance Forum. In that session, there were three different topics that were discussed. The first was the women and the internet policy space in Nigeria, which Mrs. Edith Uchego spoke on, and she's the executive secretary to the board's Nigeria Internet Registration Access, NIRA. The second topic was on women domestic violence and the lockdown due to the COVID-19, which I spoke on. The third one was women digital marginality and the imperative of remote working, which Mrs. Ene Ede, gender and conflict specialist, search for common ground, spoke on. So the second session was moderated by Mrs. Ene Obi, the country director, Action Aid International Nigeria. And the topics that were discussed was education, employment, and access to internet for women by Mrs. Martha Aladi, the coordinator for Women in Technology, Nigeria. The second topic was promoting greater access to internet for women, and the speaker was Saadatu Aliyu, founder of Shamrock Innovation Hub. The last topic in that panel session was women and digital entrepreneurship, and the speaker was Ms. Chizoba Onwa from Shilit's organizations. And so part of the recommendations in general that were provided by the speakers during those two panel sessions were improve infrastructure, improve access and affordability, especially for women, continue with advocacy for digital inclusion, mentoring women in general for better access, and ensure to approach to, creating content relevant for women by women and in different local languages, mainstreaming of women voices in policy making around technology issues, and responsibility of all the stakeholders, all key stakeholders that need to take actions to achieve gender digital inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. We very much appreciate your report. So this is the end of this wrap-up session. So I want to thank those who contributed to this session. Barrister Emmanuel Edet, Ufar for the Youth IGF, Miriam for the Women IGF, Dr. Hamza Salami for sessions 1 and 2, the reports from those two sessions, and Mrs. Elizabeth Yisa for her report from sessions 3 and 4. And I want to thank my colleagues in the NIGF MAC for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session. I am most grateful. Thank you, everyone, and do have a pleasant day, everyone. Take care now. I'll hand over to the anchor of the whole session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow, it's been a very wonderful day. I've learned a lot today and quite a number of recommendations. I guess the next step is for us to be intentional about it and run with it. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure now to invite Dr. Haru Al-Hassan. He's the Director of New Media and Information Security and Chairperson of NIGF/MAG. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as he comes forward to give us the way forward and his closing remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to recognize this morning the presence of Honorable
Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, in person of Dr. Isa Ali Ibrahim Fantami. Also this morning, there was the presence of Executive Vice Chairman of Nigerian Communication Commissions, Professor Umar Garba Dambata, and also the presence of Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, and also Kashif Inwa, the Director General, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, and all the other chief executives that participated within or remotely. Good evening, everyone. I am honored to have the opportunity to give this vote of thanks. I particularly link the opening remarks where the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communication Commissions, Professor Umar Garba Dambata, mentioned the internet as being one of the most important critical resource of the 21st century. We can all see how vital it has been during this pandemic and the mandatory lockdown that was imposed globally. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, who within 1 year of his tenure bring down an immense development in this industry. Some of his major achievements include the development of national broadband policy, national internet broadband policy, digital economy policy, and many more. I would also like to thank the chairman, Global IGF, for honoring our invitation and participating at this event. Our sincere gratitude goes to our strategic partners and sponsors. Those include Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, Nigerian Internet Registration Authority, NIRA, Alton, and ATCOM. The role played by Main One and Suburban in providing dedicated connectivity is also acknowledged. Special thanks also goes to the Nigerian Communication Commissions and the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, IXPN, for hosting the Abuja and Lagos virtual hubs of the virtual Nigerian Internet Governance Forum 2020. I wish to appreciate the effort of local multi-stakeholder advisory group, the Nigerian School of Internet Governance, and the Youth Internet Governance Forum, the volunteers and the working teams, which include finance, technical, communication, and administrative committees that work tirelessly in putting this event successful. Finally, I would like to thank all the distinguished guests, panelists, moderators, referees,
What a beautiful day. We have come to the end of this event, the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. May I invite us to please rise for the national anthem.
All rise.